We are in the throes of our appraisers unit. And I say appraisers unit because it is mostly appraisers. We do talk about the broker's twist on it, if you will. And the broker's twist on this unit are our BPOs and CMAs. So we talked briefly about the appraiser doing the appraisal to determine value. The appraiser is the one that gets to say the word value. The counterpart to that, if you will, the counterpart is what you and I do, which is the CMA or the BPO. We're going to get more into more depth about what that looks like and how they compare. But the big thing that we talked about before we left each other the other day was the difference in what we do versus what the appraiser does. Another big thing for the real world, you guys, please take that word value out of your vocabulary. I can't tell a seller, I can't tell a buyer what I think the property is worth. Words like that indicate I'm acting like an appraiser. So I need you guys to stay in your lane. The seller is going to look at you at the listing appointment and say, what's my home worth? What can you sell my home for? And words matter. So how you respond is by saying, based on my comparative market analysis, that by the way, I've printed off and taken with me to this listing appointment so we can look at it together with the seller. And I'm going to tell the seller based off of my comparative market analysis, I think your probable sales price is, and then I'm going to give the sellers a range. Where they fall on the range depends on the condition of the property. How does it relate to others in the neighborhood? How does it relate to others nearby? If my sellers have the updated bathroom and the updated kitchen and they've put a new coat of paint on it and nobody else in the area has, then my sellers are going to be on the higher end of the range if they have a feature or something that the others don't. So we're going to compare the seller's property, the subject property, if you will, to others that have recently sold. And that's where we're heading in this next section. We're going to talk about wearing two different hats a little bit, mostly with our appraiser's hat on. And with our appraiser's hat on, we're going to talk about the three approaches to value that the appraiser use. Again, you guys, especially for your tests, when you see that word value, you're speaking appraiser because brokers can't use that word. So we're going to determine the three approaches that the appraiser can use to help them determine value and when they might use each of the three approaches. And then we're going to have to pick the calculator up with each of the three approaches. So we're going to talk about how the appraiser arrives to. We got a couple formulas, a couple things to consider. So the three approaches to value, the big picture. The appraiser has three approaches to value that they use when trying to arrive at their opinion of value. We're going to talk about the sales comparison approach. We're going to talk about the cost approach, and we're going to talk about the income approach. We're going to do the math and the calculations for each. And then one of the bigger pieces of these is which approach of the three is the appraiser going to use, or which one are they going to put the most weight on? Each approach is best for a different type of property. So as we get into this, as we talk about the three approaches, we're going to talk about which approach for which property. And based on the property, the appraiser will put the more weight, the more value, if you will, into the appropriate approach. So no matter which approach, no matter what type of property, it could be residential, it could be commercial, it could be a hotel, it could be a farm, it could be a retail shopping center, a hospital. These things sell occasionally, or occasionally owners of commercial residential properties want to know what their home is worth. If you want to know worth, if you want to know value, the first step is to contact an appraiser. And one of the first things that the appraiser is going to do is spend some time online collecting data. The appraiser is the expert of their market. So they're aware of the current market trends. They know what's going on. They know of the future. We talked about the anticipation of maybe a zoning change or a highway widening project, for example. The appraisers know if they're in a market of decline or growth. So they're collecting data, several sources that they're going to get the data from, other than the local market, other than being the expert of the local market. But one of the biggest places that the appraisers go to collect their data is the multiple listing services, the same MLS that you and I use to list our properties. So, guys, when we're putting a listing in MLS, we are not only putting the listing in so we can advertise it for sale, but we're also giving the appraiser and brokers the data that they need to help us come to these values and these probable sales prices. So MLSs are a big source. When you guys get out in the real world, I tell you, there's a huge push from the MLS about accurate data. And the reason that they're pushing hard for accurate data is, one, so we're not putting false information out there to the public, but two, the appraiser can only work with the numbers that they have. They can only work with the data that they have. So if we're not putting in accurate data, they may not be able to give a true picture of that value. So it's important, it matters. So our first approach of the three is the sales comparison approach, also known as the market data approach. And the sales comparison approach is the best approach for single family residential resale, and land. If we want to put value on vacant land, or if we want to put value on a resale residential property, single family, the appraiser is going to put the most weight. They're going to put the most thought, if you will, into the sales comparison approach. So the gist, the theory behind the sales comparison approach, the appraiser is going to study the subject property. The subject property is the one that they are trying to determine the value of. The appraiser is going to study the subject property. They're going to learn everything that they can about the subject property. How many square feet is it? What size is the lot on? How many bedrooms? How many bathrooms? Does it have a fireplace? Does it have a garage? Does it have a pool? It's going to study as much as it possibly can, learn as much as they possibly can about the subject property. And then they're going to go out in a surrounding area and they're going to look for recently sold, nearby, closed comps. Recently sold, nearby, closed comps. The theory behind the sales comparison approach says that if we study properties that recently sold, we know for a fact what somebody was willing to pay for the house across the street, because the fact is somebody just paid that for the house across the street 2 months ago. So by studying what people were willing, what people actually paid for properties nearby, we can make some adjustments, some slight adjustments to those closed comparables to help us determine what they might be able to pay, might be willing to pay for the subject property. So the sales comparison approach always starts with the subject property. This is the one that we are putting value on, the one that the appraiser is putting value on. Once they learn everything they can about the subject property, then they go out and they study the comps nearby, comparable sales or comps. So they find 3 good comps in this same neighborhood. The homes are similar. It's very important you hear me say this. No 2 homes are exactly the same. No 2 homes are exactly the same. Even in your cookiest, cutterest of neighborhoods, once you walk in the front door, everything changes. No 2 homes are exactly the same. So we're not going to find exact matches, but we're looking for things that are similar, things that are close. And this appraiser's gone out and they have found 3 good comps. And based on these 3 good comps, the appraiser is going to make adjustments to the comps to help them arrive at what they think a buyer would be willing to pay for the subject property. So the appraiser, for example, in this case, is going to pull three good comps. I got a range here from 450 to 490. So based off of this is the starting point for the appraiser. And now they're going to see again within this range, where does the subject property fall? If it is in need of updates, if it hasn't been kept up, if it's the one house in the neighborhood that hasn't had the upgrades, then you can expect that we're going to be on the lower end of the range. If the subject property has the updates, or if they have features more than the closed comps, then we might be on the higher end of the range. And eventually, using the other approaches as well, the appraiser is going to get to a specific number. So when the appraiser is using the sales comparison approach, they're going to adjust the comps to match the subject. They're going to make monetary adjustments to the comps. If, for example, the comp has more square footage than the subject, then the appraiser will adjust the comp down. They're going to deduct for that difference in square footage, for example. So adjustments to the comps to make the comps match the subject to determine what they think a buyer would be willing to pay for this subject. So in making adjustments to the comps, things that matter to the appraiser, well, location, location, location. We know those are the three most important things about the property. Location absolutely helps the appraiser determine value. Again, where is it? Is it an area of growth or an area of decline? Is it on water? Is it in a new gated golf course community? Location, location, location. Other things that adjust the value or adjust the comps is the current market. Are we in a seller's market? Are we in a buyer's market? Is it a strong seller's market? Is it a weak buyer's market? The condition of the property. I mean, just walking in the front door, what does it look like? Is there a smell? Is there chip paint? Is the roof 30 years old? Is the deck out back falling down? Have the bathrooms not been updated since the thing was built in 1965, right? What's the condition of the current property right now? And how does that compare to the other homes in the neighborhood? And what is that neighborhood? Are we in a subdivision? Are we in a gated community? How do other homes in the area, in the neighborhood relate? What are the amenities in the neighborhood? Are we close to our work and schools and churches and grocery stores? Transportation. Are we in an area that we can access a bus stop, or Uber will come to us? So the neighborhood, the area. And then the age of the property. You can't compare something that was built in the 60s to something that was built in 2010. You can't compare them because building codes, building standards were different back in the 60s. So you can't compare them. Age makes a difference. Properties lose value as they age. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that in one of our other approaches, how age can lose value for a property. So I have a little exercise I want to do with you guys to help us prepare for learning how to adjust the comps to match the subject. Never, ever, ever adjust the subject. Never adjust the subject. We're always going to adjust the comps to match the subject. Adjust the comps to match the subject. So I want you to do a little exercise with me, and you may need to push back to give yourself some room a little bit. But I want you to take your left hand, make a fist, and hold it straight out in front of you. And we're going to call your left hand your subject property. And your left hand is not going to move. As a matter of fact, I'll probably have your left hand going to sleep before we're done with this little exercise. So your left hand, you can shake it, wiggle your fingers. So your left hand is your subject property, and it's never going to move. I want you to take your right hand, make a fist, and hold it up over your head. Your right hand is comp 1. Your right hand has a feature more than the subject. So let's say, for example, your subject property has 3 bedrooms and you find a good comp, but it has 4. The comp has a feature more than the subject. What are we going to do to make my right hand match my left? I'm going to lower it, or I'm going to deduct the cost of a bedroom. We're going to make the comp match the subject by deducting the cost of a bedroom. I know I just threw out a lot of questions for you guys right now, but bear with me. We're going to talk about making those adjustments for the cost of a bedroom. Where we're at right now is when you have a comp superior to the subject, then we are going to deduct. All right, shake your hands out. Make your fist, hold your left hand out in front, give me your subject arm again. Now I want you to take your right hand, make a fist, and hold it down by your side. Subject still has 3 bedrooms, that didn't change. Now the appraiser has found another comp, comp 2, that only has 2 bedrooms. Now our superior comp, I'm sorry, our subject property has more than comp 2. Subject has 3 bedrooms, comp 2 has 2. What do we have to do to make comp 2 match the subject? We have to add. We have to add the value of a bedroom to the comp. Never, ever adjust the subject. Ever adjust the subject. We always adjust the comps to match the subject. So if a comp is superior to the subject, you subtract. If a comp is inferior to the subject, you add or you increase. I recommend, as we get into this math, playing around with the hand trick to help us better understand. And look, I don't expect y'all to sit at the testing center with this full blown, but in time you can modify it a little bit. When I used to watch you guys give tests before we got this current program, you guys are adorable on Zoom, and I'd see you sitting there doing like this little bit. So I knew you were adjusting your comps to match your subject. So if you can do a little modified version of it, that would be okay. But I do recommend trying the hand trick as we proceed, as we go on with this. So what we have, and I know this is a little bit hard to see, but this is a sample just so we get an idea. And this is a sample sales comparison approach. And let me just point out a few things here. Let me get my highlighter. So just a couple things. First off, we have our subject property here, this first column, and you can see the appraiser has gone through and they've studied all the features of the subject property. They just blacked the address out for us. So the subject property we know about, let's see, what do we know? Here's our square footage, here's our location, the age of the property, the condition is good. There's 7 rooms, 3 beds, 2 baths, here's our square footage, etc. So this first column here, the appraiser is just going through and studying the subject property, learning everything that they can about the subject property. And then the appraiser goes out and looks for closed comps. And we're going to talk more about comps. We're going to talk more about what is a good comp and a bad comp. Just because it's a comp doesn't make it a good comp. What I'm looking for, of all the comps we went out there and found, what I'm looking for are the 3 or 4 that are the most similar to the subject. The fewer changes made to the comp, the better the comp. Always remembering that no 2 properties are exactly the same. There's always going to be adjustments. So this appraiser went out, they studied the closed properties nearby, and this appraiser determined that they found 3 good comps. So the first section here of the comps, they go out and they describe the property. Just like they studied the subject property, they're going to go out and study the comps. What are the features? And they're going to list the features of the comp. And then they're going to compare the features of the comp to the features of the subject. And when they come across differences, they're going to make adjustments to the comps to match the subject. And that's what we're looking at here. The appraiser determined, let's see, this is the patio or the porch. So the appraiser learned that the subject property has a patio. This is my standard. This left hand is my standard, what I have to meet. The first comp doesn't have a porch, which means it has a feature less than the subject. So how do we make our right hand match our left in this case? We add or increase. We lift our right hand to meet our left. And in this case, the appraiser added $2,500 for the value of the patio to make comp 1 match the subject. Comp 2 had a whole bunch of adjustments, but again, adjustments were made and probably fewer adjustments than other ones that they found. And then comp 3 just had a couple adjustments, but still adjustments are made. So the appraiser's going through, we studied the subject, we found our good comps, we studied those features, and then the appraiser goes through and makes adjustments to the comps to match the subject. Hopefully you can see down here, way at the bottom, that we have, according to the appraiser, our adjusted sales price of comps. So now that we've adjusted the comps, the appraiser has a new price, an adjusted price, now that the comps have been adjusted to match the subject. And based on this information, we can say, okay, we know what a buyer was willing to pay because they did recently. They recently just bought these homes. If we adjust the comps to match the subject, presumably, this is what a buyer's willing to pay for the subject property. So the appraiser is going to put their finishing touches on it. They're probably going to put the most weight on comp 1 because comp 1 had the fewest adjustments. So while I'm not an appraiser and this isn't enough information for me to give a definitive answer, but I would guess that the appraised value of the subject property would be closer to 487.5 because that is the closest comp. Few adjustments made, and they're going to look at other approaches as well. So this is just a sample, just to kind of see what it looks like before we pick up our calculators and do the math. I've said a few things that I want to go back and pick up on. One thing I said was the value of a bedroom. First off, put your broker hat back on for a second. For your exams and in the real world, you and I are never going to be expected to calculate the value of a bedroom because that's the appraiser's job. So for your exams, if they want you to adjust a bedroom, they have to give you that value. Head bobs, everybody heard me. That tends to stress us out. How do I know how much a garage goes for? You don't. And guys, I'll be really honest. Appraisers have to study that information as well based on the comps in the neighborhood. All markets, all locations, all neighborhoods are different. There's no going price for a garage or a fireplace or a bedroom. Appraisers figure out those numbers based on those closed comps. We're going to see a sample in just a second. We had, my real estate firm had an appraiser come to our meeting earlier this year. And I tell you, one of the most profound things that I ever heard an appraiser ever say. He looked at us and he said, appraisers don't have a piece of paper that says this is how much a bedroom's worth, this is how much a fireplace is worth. There's no standard out there. There's no document out there. They have to study the market. They have to study those closed comps to figure out those adjustments for that area, that market. So with that being said, for your exams, they will give you the value of the stuff that they want you to adjust. In the real world, when we're doing our CMAs, very similar to the sales comparison approach. When we're doing our CMAs, I'm going to go out and I'm going to study the subject property. For me, the subject property is either going to be the one that I'm trying to get the listing, I'm preparing for my listing appointment, so I'm going to do my comparative market analysis. Also for me, when my buyer looks at me and says, this is the one, how much should I offer? And before I blurt a number out, I'm going to do a CMA. I'm going to study that subject property on the one that my buyer wants to write an offer on, so I can help them determine probable sales price. So it's a similar process. We're both going to the same source. We're both going to MLS to get this information, but you and I are not making monetary adjustments. By the way, it's really cool. The MLS came to be in like the mid 90s somewhere, and everything that has ever been listed in the MLS is still there. Now, what something sold for in 2000 means absolutely nothing to me today. That was like 5 markets ago. It means absolutely nothing today. But one thing that is so helpful with having the history in the MLS is oftentimes they come with pictures, and pictures help me to see the former listings, the previous times it's been listed. Pictures help me see kind of the progression of the property over the years, helps me see the condition. If my comps have pictures, I can look at pictures of the comps when they sold, when they were listed, versus the property I'm looking at now. So MLS for both us and the appraiser is a really good resource, a really good source, and we'll get a little bit more into that. When the appraiser is doing their thing, the appraiser only studies closed comps. The appraiser doesn't look at things that are currently for sale, currently on the market, because the list price is not necessarily what a buyer is willing to pay for it. The appraiser's job is to study what they know a consumer is willing to pay. Even if the property's under contract, if it's under contract, we don't see the for sale price. We don't see the contract price. We don't see the closed price until it closes. The reason for that, by the way, of not telling everybody in the whole world what this house is under contract for is to protect the seller. Because if this buyer terminates and we go back on the market, now everybody knows what the seller's willing to accept. So we're not going to disclose the purchase price until it actually closes, and the appraiser can't use it in their studies until it has actually closed. So that may help them weed out some comps. A comp that is under contract is not a good comp because we don't know what it's going to close for. A smaller scale of what the appraiser does then is what we do with our CMAs. And when we do our CMAs, we look at the closed comps. Absolutely, we looked at the closed comps. But in addition to the closed comps, especially when I'm talking with a seller that we're trying to come up with a good listing price, in addition to closed comps, I'm also going to look at things that are currently for sale. I'm going to look, when I look at something under contract, the price that I see is the price that it was listed for when it went under contract. So while I don't know what it's closing for yet, I do know at this list price, they were able to work it out and get these guys under contract. As a broker, I'm at a listing appointment with a seller and I whip out my CMA because the sellers looked at me and said, what can you sell my house for? So I whip out my CMA and start going over it with them. Why would it be important for me and the seller to look at active listings nearby, active listings in the neighborhood? Why would that be important for me and the seller? Why do we care about active listings in the neighborhood?
See what the prices are going for.
See what the prices are going for. I want to see my competition, don't I? The guy across the street's for sale for $20,000 less than what my seller wants to sell it for. I need to talk to my seller about time versus money, right? Looking at active, looking at pending, absolutely, Lauren. It helps me determine what others are selling for. It's my competition. Guys, remember the selling agenda, the selling goals are those of the sellers. So we have to ask the seller. For them, it always comes down to time versus money. Do you need to sell fast or do you need money? And that's going to help us determine, look at these comps. Okay, so you're telling me you need to sell fast. I'm showing you 3 other homes for sale within a quarter of a mile radius that are all priced less than what you want to sell for. How is that going to help you accomplish your goals of selling fast? Everybody with me? So having this powerful CMA, this piece of paper in my hand, can help the seller see what things are actually being listed for. What's our competition in the market? If they need to sell fast, I probably need to get them at or under the other ones nearby. Another thing that we look at that the appraisers do not, when I'm at that listing appointment, the other thing I'm going to look at with the seller are those nearby that expired. In other words, they did not close. They were on the market for X amount of time. And during that X amount of time, they didn't sell, they didn't close. Why, when I'm talking to a seller about selling their home, why do we care about the ones that didn't sell?
I want to study the reasons.
Study those recent things that didn't sell. But why
Maybe
is that? What was
they're
that?
priced too high.
Raj, I don't know. I wasn't there, but my gut instinct tells me at this price, a buyer and this seller couldn't make it work. At this price, they didn't sell. Expired listings on comps are very helpful for sellers that have higher expectations of their home than what the property can sell for in this market. When I do my CMA, when we do our CMAs, we report it in a range. So I do my CMA, for example, I'm just making numbers up as we go. So let's say I do my CMA and I get a range in your neighborhood of, I don't know, I'm just gonna make numbers up. I say, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, based on the closed comps in your area, I think the range is going to be 250 to 268. Let's study this range. Let's study these comps. Let's look at pictures and see where within the range that we sell. So the seller looks at you and we have this conversation and da 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 da. And the seller says, whatever. Do you think I can sell for 300,000 or can we list for 300,000? This is a great time to pull out those expired because you're going to have a handful around this mount that didn't. Because y'all, I don't know much about life. I'm still trying to figure it out. But one thing I do know is that numbers don't lie. I can't fudge the numbers. I have a piece of paper in my hand. I have supporting documentations. I have pictures that show homes that sold for 250 to 268. And this seller said, let's have about 300. Okay, we got to have a different conversation. I'm not saying I won't list it for 300, but I'm saying we're not on the same page and we need to see if we can get on the same page. Remember, you guys, if you don't believe in your heart of hearts, if you do not believe in your heart of hearts that you can sell this home, then don't offer them old car service. In some cases, we may need to say we have different agendas, we have different goals. I don't think I can help you. I wish you the best of luck. Maybe we look at the seller and say, okay, we'll do it your way. I'll list it for 300 for 2 weeks. And if we don't have any activity, then we're dropping it to 270. We can come up with these things. We can talk about these things. But what I need you guys to hear me say is that with the seller, with the listing price, we have to be on the same page before we sign that listing agreement. And once we sign that listing agreement, y'all, it is old car all the way, whether you think you can sell it for 3 or not. So comps help me have these conversations. CMAs help me. And again, all of this information can be found. You pull a whole report from your multiple listing services once you guys get in, once you get access. One of the first things you'll have to do when you affiliate with your firm is sign up for your local board of realtors and then sign up for the MLS. And they have like onboarding training that's required. I mean, within like your first 2 weeks or something. So you've got to get MLS training earlier. There's separate CMA classes. Your BIC will help you as well. I'll be really honest. You could play around. You could make those numbers do what you want them to do. It's really easy to make those numbers do. But the real estate commission has an expectation that we are competently preparing these CMAs, that we're doing them in a professional manner, that we're doing them not so much what's best for the buyer seller, but the realistic, the facts. Remember, I'm a fact finder. I provide them the information for them to make an informed decision. So similar but different in what we do versus what the appraiser does. Again, our source for these comps come from the MLS. Appraisers have access as well. So they can go in and look at the comps. They can start with the CMA and use those same numbers to pull their appraisal. And they don't just average the numbers up. We just looked at that sample with 3 comps. They're not going to add them up, divide by 3, and say this is the probable or the appraised amount. Instead, what they're going to do is they're going to use a weighted average. In other words, they're going to put the most weight on the comp with the fewer adjustments. So in that sample we just looked at, the appraiser would have put the most weight on comp 1 because it only had 1 adjustment. So as we started, recently sold, nearby, similar properties. I mean, think about it. It's not really fair. Let's just pretend that your subject property was a 2nd-story condo. Is it fair to compare a 2nd-story condo with a 2-story brick home? Is it fair to compare a condo, a 2nd-story condo, even with a townhome? So I want to start with similar properties. What are we looking at here? A ranch, a one level, a condo? And when we say areas nearby, generally speaking, it depends on the market, but generally speaking, our search starts in a very tight radius. It would depend on population. But let's just say, for example, your search criteria starts with a radius of 1/10 of a mile. What do we have within 1/10 of a mile from my subject property? Oh, well, I only have 1 closed comp, so maybe I need to go out to 1/4 of a mile. Right? I'm going to adjust until I can get those comps, but I don't want to start with 10-mile radius. I never want a 10-mile radius because I want to make sure that they're close by. If it is a subdivision, we could study other homes like a condo community or a townhome. We could study those that just close within that subdivision, going out to other subdivisions if need be. When real estate is good, there are comps galore. When real estate is not so good, it's harder to find comps. We may have to make more adjustments. We may have to go back further. We may have to look at a wider radius. So generally speaking, the appraiser likes to stick with things that closed 6 months ago. So what is the closed comp 6 months ago? If they have to go back to 9 months or a year, then they will, but we're starting tight and working out as need be. And as far as the radius search goes, it just depends on population. If you're downtown, anywhere, you might be able to start with 1/10, for example, 1/4 of a mile, and work out from there. If you're out in the middle of nowhere, you may have to start with a 2-3 mile radius search. So a lot of it depends on population and adjusting as need be. But again, it's kind of like a Google search. We go to Google and we're very specific and we're not finding what we're looking for now, right? So we have to back out a little bit. We have to be less specific. And similar thing here. Again, just because we find a closed comp doesn't make it a good comp. So not all comps are better. The comps that have lots and lots of adjustments, the comps that aren't even the same type of property as the subject. Condo versus 2-story brick. That 2-story brick would be a bad comp. Properties with lots of adjustments, things that closed a year ago. If you can find things that close within a year, it's a much better comp than one that closed a year ago. If you have to go out that far, if the appraiser has to go out that far, then that's an adjustment that they need to make. Did I hear a question? Did I hear somebody? Am I hearing things? Great. That's wonderful. So good comps or bad comps, again, just because you find a comp doesn't mean it's a good comp. It's not uncommon to go out and start with like 20 and whittle it down to 3 or 4. If the market is good, if real estate is good, foreclosures are not the norm, which means a foreclosure in the neighborhood may not be a good comp. Now, when the market starts going down and foreclosures start going up, and they're more and more common, then the foreclosure may become a good comp because that's the market that we're in. See, as our market changes, as our market adjusts, we are adjusting what fits into that good comp, bad comp. This is why we are the experts of our markets. So we're never ever going to adjust the subject. You know, one thing that the appraiser in this property might take into consideration is the view. The view in a property like this is pretty nice, right? Is anybody else picturing themselves having breakfast out here every morning right now? I am. So the view here is really, really nice, right? But guess what, you guys? The view is what it is. I can't change the subject. I can't turn this into an ocean view and give it better comps. I can't turn it into a mountain view and find better comps for it. The subject is what it is, period. And we're going to adjust the comps to match the subject. So for example, we got a subject property and I got a comp. There are other differences, but what's the most obvious? What's the most obvious difference between the comp and the subject?
Garage.
Yeah. Yeah. My subject left hand has a garage. My comp right hand down by my side does not. How do I make the comp match the subject? I add a garage. What's a garage going for? I don't know. The problem would have to tell you. The appraiser would have to study the neighborhood and find out that information. So we would adjust the comp up. We would increase the comp up to match the subject. In a sense, we're tacking on the cost of a garage. What we're saying is if the buyer were buying this comp that had a garage, this is how much they would pay for it. And that's how they can determine the value of the subject property. Lauren, did I hear you? No?
I was just saying a bay window, but
Yeah, and there, yeah, a bay window, yes. And there's other differences, absolutely, absolutely, that the adjuster would take into consideration. Here's another one. Subject property has a picture of a fireplace. The comp has an actual real deal fireplace. So again, the adjustments have to be made. The subject is what it is. I cannot do anything about the fact that the subject does not have a fireplace. My comp does. It has a feature more than the subject. So what are we going to do to make the comp match the subject? We're going to deduct. We're going to deduct the cost of a fireplace. Again, what we're saying is if The buyer bought this comp with no fireplace. This is what they would pay for it. This is what they would have paid for it. So based on that, we're going to use that to help us determine that subject property. So the value of the fireplace, the garage, the square footage, appreciation, depreciation, we'll talk about that, number of bedrooms. And you're not necessarily going to use everything every time. What we're looking for is the differences. Study the subject property, determine their features, and based off of that subject property, what are the recently sold, similar to nearby comps, and how do they relate? So to sum it all up in one nice, neat screen for us, the appraiser's sales comparison approach is to determine value. And when the appraiser issues their appraisal, they're going to give a specific number down to the whole dollar. I've never seen change in an appraisal, but they're going to give us down to the whole dollar. What you and I do are comparative market analysis. Words matter, you guys. I determine probable sales price. And when I'm talking to sellers or buyers, because I'm not an appraiser, when I'm talking to buyers and sellers, I'm looking at them and saying, here's the range that I think this property will sell for. With sellers, if their property's in better condition than the others, if it looks better, if it feels better, if it is better, or even if it's not, if it's worse than everything else, all the other comps. Based on that information, then the next piece of the conversation for the sellers is, now that we've determined what you're going to sell it for, now we need to figure out what we're going to list it for. Listing price and sales price are two different things. How far over sales price to probable sales price do you go? It depends on the market. It depends on the condition. It depends on the seller's goals, wants, needs. It's all a conversation we have to have. Yes, ma'am. Tia, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Back to the picture with the fireplace.
Yes.
Did you say that the one with the picture of the fireplace, you would lower?
I'm keeping that because that's my subject. So the fact is I do not have a fireplace in my subject, but I do in my comp.
Okay.
So if I want to make my comp match my subject, I have to deduct the fireplace.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Of course. So our CMAs, BPOs, again, we're the informal version of the appraiser. My CMA, the appraiser doesn't care about current and expired listings, but I do because it helps me have conversations with the seller. Also throughout the listing, I need to keep the CMA current. Guys, we have this, we listed this property for sale and I got it on the market for, I don't know, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, and we haven't had much activity. At some point, I may need to revisit price with the seller. We may need to discuss price. And at any time I'm going to talk about price, I need to pull a new CMA because let's just pretend that my closed comps from my first CMA were within the last 6 months. Now here we are 2 months later talking about price again because we haven't sold. Some of those comps from 6 months ago are going to fall off, and guess what? Within the last 2 months, I might have new comps that we need to take into consideration. So anytime you discuss, words matter. They used to call it a price drop or a price decrease. What I'm seeing out there now, they're calling it a price improvement. I guess that sounds better than price drop. So if we're discussing a price improvement, then we're going to want to have a current CMA in our hand because I need to discuss the price improvement as it relates to today, not the CMA 2 months ago. So please, whenever you talk price with seller, pull you a new CMA, use the same information. The only thing that's going to change is the dates. So we can do a nice side-by-side comparison. We can see how much the market has adjusted in those 2 months. The other thing for us to know is that our CMAs are only for our first class passengers. I can provide my customers with market data. I can hand them a piece of paper and say, here you go. What do you want to offer? But the client gets the full-blown CMA. They get the explanation. They get the let's sit down and talk about this. So doing CMAs, explaining CMAs, going over CMAs is a client level service. Again, hear me. I'm going to give my customer market data. I'm going to give them the information, but they're not going to get that interpretation. You want the interpretation? You should have hired me. Questions so far? So let's go ahead and take break. I just had a brilliant idea. While we're on break, I'm going to run into MLS super quick and just grab a sample CMA for us to look at so we can have a better understanding of what it's about. And then when we get back, also, we're going to pick up our calculators and do some sales comparison approach math. So let's take 10. Welcome back. Back, I'm going to take attendance. Hold while we break. Put a really quick CMA. Please understand, y'all, this is not how you do a CMA in the real world. You're not going to take, a 10-minute break and do one. You're going to spend more time in it. If I were doing this for real, it would be different. But I just wanted us to kind of see the format, see what it is. So specifically what I pulled is Wingate Village in Winston-Salem. If you're familiar with the area, it's up like Jonestown, Peace Haven, 421 area. And it's a pretty decent sized townhome community. And we've seen a lot of activity there lately. So that's why I grabbed this one. So as you can see, first off at the top, we got information, address and city, the number of stories, bedrooms, baths, half baths, the year built, acre, square foot, list price, etc. And then down here is important too. DOM is days on market. That tells us how long it was on the market before it goes under contract, before a buyer and a seller put it under contract. So let's just say I'm about to list something in Wingate Village. One of the first things I would do is look at the sellers and say, this is your current competition. This is what they're currently listed for. This is their current days on the market. Then they kind of give me the average. Do we want to fall in on the 38 days on market or the average list price? But again, we're explaining to the seller, this is our competition. Then we got a section of closed comp. So in addition to the list price, you can now see we also have the sold price, sold date, and then percentage of sales price to list price. What did it sell for versus what did it list for? Not all of these closed listings are going to be good comps. I'm going to start here with 8. And then from there, I'm going to whittle it down to the 3 or 4 best. Just looking at it at a glance, I got a 1.5 story, a 1 story, a 2 story. So again, if I were doing this for real, it'd be a lot tighter. But that's kind of how it starts. And then you whittle down until you find the ones that are closest to the one that you're wanting to list or the one you want to sell. The appraiser's making adjustments to those comps. You and I are just using this information. Again, we got minimums and maxes. We got our ranges here. We got averages. The average days on market in Wingate Village is 28 days. And the seller looks at you and says, I got to sell. I got to sell fast. Okay, then we got to position your listing so that it sells faster than the average. Seller says, I need a whole bunch of money. Okay, then you're going to have a higher days on market. This cost of list price to sales price, 99%. That's a pretty tight community. What we're saying is we pretty much sell them for what we list them for. So again, this information just allows us, and with all the closed comps, we can get specific information for each property. We can get pictures, so we can actually show the seller. I see this one in Wingate Village. Let's see, the highest one sold for $330. So if you want to sell for $330, then let's study 1210 United and see what they have and how that compares to you. Does that kind of make sense? I'm using other properties as our gauge when I'm talking to the seller. And same thing when a buyer says, I want to write up an offer at a property in Wingate Village. How much should I offer? Please don't ever blurt a number out. Please don't ever look at a buyer and say, oh, I'm sure the listing price is fine. In this market, you might be right. But as the market changes, we're going to see that list of sold price adjust a little bit. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3 under contract, just different statuses. But again, there's 3 under contract. So we don't see sold information yet because we're not going to see that until it actually closes. But what we do have is more numbers to kind of look at in the active. And then thought I did expired. There must not have been any expired. So they didn't have any expired within the last, I went back 6 months. But again, this is just kind of a sample CMA. You're not going to get a test specifically on this. But hopefully it kind of helps you better visualize where you're heading, what you might be looking at in the real world one day. And again, when I go to a listing appointment, when I'm talking to a buyer, actually print this out and take it with me. Take them a copy, take one to me, mark up with any other supporting documentation about the other properties so I can help the seller see what a buyer's seeing. You guys remember, to the seller, this is their home. To a buyer, it's just a house. So we got to have the seller help. I used to look at my sellers and say, I need you to remember what it's like to be a buyer. They were there once. I know they were because they bought. Any comments on our quick CMA? So back to the appraiser's role. As we do the math for these, for your exams, we're going to be doing the math. You'll be asked questions about the sales comparison approach. And again, they have to give you the value. Please don't ever stress out about that. Unless you sign up for appraiser school and get your appraisals license, you will never be expected to determine what a bedroom is worth. Okay. That's the appraiser's job. If you want to know how to do that, look into appraisal school so you can learn how to calculate that. When the appraiser is trying to put monetary value on the adjustments, so maybe the bedrooms, the square footage, the year it was built, etc. One way that they can arrive to that number, again, there's no cheat sheet out there that tells them a bedroom goes for X amount. They have to come to that value on their own based on the market, based on the neighborhood. So one thing that appraisers will do to determine the value of a specific feature of a home is to study the comps. So for example, if the appraiser was studying this neighborhood and they wanted to know what a bedroom is going for in the neighborhood, they may find two comps that are almost identical. I hate that word identical, but they're almost identical. The big difference between the two is the number of bedrooms. The first comp they found has 3 bedrooms and it sold for $250. The next comp they found has 4 bedrooms and it sold for $254.5. So based off of this information, the appraiser could determine that a bedroom in this area is going for $4,500. So if they're making the adjustments to the comps, how much do they need to know how to adjust? They would use that $4,500 to adjust the comp up or down based off of those comps of what they learned that comp was worth. Another thing the appraiser has to take into consideration is appreciation and depreciation. Appreciation tells us what's happened to the value since it sold. Appreciation means an increase in value. If you have appreciated, you have increased value, you've added value. How have you added value? Well, if the market is swinging back towards a seller's market, if we're in a strong seller's market, we're going to see appreciation. We're going to see values and costs go up. Depreciation then is the loss of value. So maybe is the market swinging back to a more neutral market or even getting into a heavy, strong buyer's market, we're going to suffer depreciation. So the appraiser's got to take into consideration any adjustments to the market since this thing sold. So we got a comp sold 3 months ago. A buyer paid $438,000. And based off of the appraiser's market study, they've determined that this area is seeing an annual appreciation of 4%. So that 4% is an annual appreciation. So now the appraiser says, okay, I see 4% appreciation each year, but my question is, how much value has it gained in the last 3 months? So the first thing the appraiser needs to do is take the sold price, what did a buyer pay for it 3 months ago, and then figure out what that 4% annual appreciation is. So if we take our sold price times 4%, I get annual appreciation of 17,520, which tells me 17,520, which tells me this year or in the year, the property will gain value of $17,520. The truth is we haven't been at it a year yet. These people just bought 3 months ago. So if we need to do a true comp adjustment for this appreciation, then the appraiser needs to figure out exactly how much it's appreciated in 3 months. I know my annual appreciation is 17,520. I can break that down by dividing by 12 to get monthly. The appraiser cares about 3 months. So how much appreciation have we seen since you bought your home 3 months ago? Your home has gained $4,380 in value. And the appraiser would, especially in a rapidly changing market, the appraiser would take that into consideration. Today, you bought 3 months ago, you bought your home at $438,000. If you were to buy that exact same home today because of appreciation, when we add the two together, now you would be looking at a sales price, for example, what you paid for it, plus how much value it has gained, how much value it has since you paid for it. So the adjuster would take that into consideration. Questions on appreciation? And then the opposite of that is depreciation. So what if the problem says that it's not gained value, it's lost value? Well, we've already figured out, same information, we've already figured out that we have a difference of 4,380. This time, instead of adding it, we're going to show that it has lost value, that it's not worth as much as what it was when you bought it 3 months ago. It's not a big change, but in a tight market, $4,400 could make a big difference. And the appraiser is trying to be as precise, as spot on as they can be. Another thing appraisers care about in this approach and another approach we're going to discuss, and you and I have hit on this when we looked at our measuring in Unit 5, the square footage of a home matters. Again, it's hard to find the exact same square footage, and if there's major differences, if we're in a condo community, we might be off by 20, 40 square feet. Nobody's going to get excited about that. But if we're off by a couple hundred square feet, that could be a room. So the difference in square feet, when we have big differences in square feet, could also be something that the appraiser takes into consideration. Again, they're not necessarily looking at the same things every single time. It's all based off of the subject property. It varies. So what's important in this appraisal may not be as important in the next, because they're all different. That's the beauty of real estate. All land, all properties are unique. So if the appraiser is something of substance, if the square footage is something that the appraiser wants to take into consideration, then they have to make those adjustments for square footage. So they're going to, first off, find the difference. We got two comps. We're trying to figure out how much a cost per square foot is. So similar to the bedrooms, we're going to find two comps that are very similar in square foot, but not exact. And they're going to find the difference of the square foot. And then they're going to, with those same comps, they're also going to find the difference in the sales price. So I got square foot and sales price from comp 1. I got square foot and sales price from comp 2. And then the appraiser is going to take the difference in the sales price, divide it by the difference in square foot. And that's going to help him determine cost per square foot. How much does each square foot cost? And based on that, they can use the adjustments, adjust the comps to match the subject. So I'm going to give you guys just a few minutes. You got a comp that has 2,400 square feet and it's sold for $225. You have another comp that has 2,550 square feet and it's sold for $237,000. What I want to know is, based off of our studying of these square feet and sales price, what is the cost per square foot? And I'll give you just a few minutes. If you want to share your answer in a chat, you're welcome to. And then, of course, we'll look at it together. About another minute, and then we're going to talk about it. let's see what we got here. So I got this appraiser is trying to determine a cost per square foot. How much does each square how much does each square foot go for this area, for this type of property at this time? And so to determine that cost of square foot, they're going to study the comps. So they found one comp with 2,400 square feet. They found another comp with 2,550 square feet. So step one is to find the differences in the comps. What is our differences in square footage? So they are off by 150 square feet. That's their difference. The next step then is to find the difference in price. So one of those comps sold for 237, the other one sold for 225. So the difference in the two is $12,000. So the first two steps here just to find the differences in the comps. One comps are 150 square feet off. The comps are $12,000 square feet off. The third step then is to find that cost per square foot, which is the formula we're pretty much looking at here. The cost of the property per the square foot. So the cost, 12,000 per the square feet, tells us in this area, we're looking at a cost per square foot of $80. So the appraiser would use that $80 to come to their adjustments when they're adjusting the comps to match the subject. So now they go in, maybe they determine that the subject has 2,445 square feet. We know comp 1 has 2,400. So we could find the difference. Got a difference of 45 square feet. We just learned that each square foot goes for $80. So the appraiser would make the adjustment. In this case, the subject has 2,445 square feet. The comp has 2,400. So the adjustment would be to add. They would add that 36, for example, that 3,600 to the comp. So it now matches the subject. Cost per square foot. Questions? So for your exam, there's a really good chance you're going to have to do a sales comparison approach problem. Maybe you'll be expected to study the comps and find the going rate of a bedroom or the going rate of a cost per square foot. I would put more of your study time on the actual sales comparison approach. I think for the most part, they're going to give you the values. But if they don't, you know how to find it by studying the comps. So the more attention, the more focus is going to be on a problem. We're going to work one together. We're going to start one together. And then we're going to, of course, talk about it. First thing we do when we see a problem, especially one of these, because there's a lot of information. So the first thing I want you to do is just take a big deep breath and read. The subject property does not have a fireplace, but they do have a garage. The comp that sold for $198 is similar, except that it has a fireplace but no garage. The appraiser estimates that the garage contributes 12,000 to value, the fireplace contributes 3. The adjusted sales price of the comp home rounded the nearest 1,000 is. So in this case, because it's just an example, the appraiser just used one comp. Generally, they're going to use at least 3. They're looking for at least 3. When I'm doing the sales comparison approach, I like to set myself up with some nice, neat column and rows. similar to what we just looked at with the sales comparison approach sample before class. So in this problem, I got a subject property and I just have one comp. If I had other comps, I would add them to my columns. The appraiser's gone out and they've studied the subject property, and for whatever reason, they determined that the two bigger features, the things that they wanted to focus on, are the fireplace and the garage. So in studying the subject, we learned that the subject does not have a fireplace, but it does have a garage. And I don't know if it's a 1-car garage or 2-car garage, attached, detached, we don't know. All we know is that it has a garage. So we've studied the subject, learned everything we can about the subject, and now we're going to go study the comp. The comp recently sold for 198,000. This is what somebody is willing to pay for it, and I know that because that is what somebody just paid for it. So 198,000 is the sales price. The comp is similar, except that it does have a fireplace and it does not have a garage. So the appraiser knows that they need to make some adjustments. The problem has to tell us the going rate of a garage and the going rate of a fireplace. The appraisers determine these numbers by studying the comps, knowing their market. So now that we have everything set up in nice, neat columns and rows, what I would like you guys to do is adjust your comp to match your subject, and then tell me in a chat what is the adjusted sales price of the comp. We'll give you a few minutes and then we'll talk about it. About another minute and then we'll talk about it. All right, so let's adjust our comps to match the subject. So the appraiser can, in their report, determine their opinion of the subject property, the appraised amount of the subject property. And let's do our little hand trick. So we're going to first study the subject. And the first thing I see is that my subject does not have a fireplace. Understand, always remember, your left hand is the standard to meet. So my subject does not have a fireplace, but my comp does. Doesn't my comp have something more than the subject? So how do I adjust the comp to match the subject? What do I have to do to my right hand? I have to deduct the cost of a fireplace. The problem tells me that the appraiser has determined that a fireplace is going for $3,000, and I'm going to deduct the cost of a fireplace to match the subject. I recommend using the hand trick. Then we learn that my subject has a garage. Again, this is the standard. This is everything to meet is your left hand. My subject has a garage. The comp does not. I know you can't see it, but my right hand is down now by my side. What do I have to do to make my comp match my subject? I have to add or increase the cost of a garage. Again, the problem tells me that the going rate of a garage is $12,000. So now I have what a buyer actually paid for it, $198,000. We're going to make some adjustments so the comp matches the subject. And when I make those adjustments, I'm going to add them together, and we are getting an appraised amount of $207,000. We've adjusted the comp to match the subject. Never, ever, ever adjust the subject. Questions? Still with the sales comparison approach, these are another problem, kind of like our commission problem that can be worded a little bit differently. Same idea. So I'm going to turn you guys loose on this next one. Of course, we'll come back together and talk about it. I want you to do the same thing though. Start with creating your columns and rows. Let your subject property and your comps be your columns, and any features and adjustments. So you guys take a few minutes. Tell me in a chat. Let me make this big so you can see it. Tell me in a chat, A, B, C, or D, and then of course we'll come back together and talk about it. You bet another minute and then we'll talk about it. So now we're looking more of the broker level of the CMA. Again, I'm not making monetary adjustments. We're just taking things into consideration. I mean, a little monetary, but taking big pictures into consideration. Please, you guys, in the real world, we cannot determine value. That's so out of our lane. So just kind of another take on it, another twist on it. Here I got a broker that wants to find a probable sales price for a potential listing. They ran out and found 4 recently sold comps. So we have our subject property. They've went out and found these comps and they've determined the differences between the two. One thing we can say is comp A has more, better, positive features than the subject. Comp C has less than or negative features, for example. All help fueling us to have conversations with the sellers to help them list their home. So I got 4 comps. I got comp A, got comp B, I got comp C, and I got comp D. Comp A has, let's see, recently sold for 73,000. I got 73,000. I got my subject property and my comp has positive features. It's more than the subject. So what are we going to do with that $3,000 to make it match the subject? We're going to deduct. I'm going to deduct to bring my comp down to my subject. So we take those, what they paid for it, we deduct those positive features, and for comp A, we have an adjusted price of 70,000. Then we look at comp B. Somebody paid 74,000 for it. Here's my subject. Comp B has positive. So how do we make a match? We deduct. So we have $2,000 to subtract to get an adjusted sales price for comp B for 72. C sold for 62,000. Here's my subject. C has negative, which means less than. So my right hand is down by my side. To make my right hand match my left, I add, I increase those features of 3,500. So we have an adjusted sales price of 65,500. And then lastly, I got comp D. Somebody paid 71,000 for it. Comp D has positive features of 5,000, means more than. So to make D match the subject, we subtract that 5,000, which is going to get me down to 66. What is the range the broker would pay? So I've studied the comps as they relate to the subject. We're going to start with the number on the lower end of the range. And the range will include everything in between up until the highest. So the answer that we were looking for here was C. You and I get to report it as a range. We can look at the seller and say, based on my CMA, I say your probable sales price is between 65.5 and 72. Where within this range do we look? Do we consider? That's where we go back to the comps and study the specifics, the condition, etc. The pictures are amazing. The pictures help so much. The appraiser is going to give a specific number. So again, just the information that we have, I would say the appraiser would put more weight on comp B just because there were fewer adjustments. But they would have to look at the specifics. They would have to look at everything to determine that that is the best comp. We're just looking at the information we got. So, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, based on my CMA, I think your home is worth 65,572. Do you hear what I just said? I think the probable sales price of your home is 65,5 to 72. Now let's talk about what we think we can list it for. Questions on the sales comparison approach, the math, CMAs, etc. Can I erase? Sales comparison approach is the best approach for the appraiser to use when they're putting value on single family, resale residential. Please write that down for me. Single family, not a duplex, not a quadplex, single family, resale residential is the best for the sales comparison approach. There are other types of properties out there, though, which means the appraiser needs different approaches for the different types of properties. So another approach, put your appraiser hat back on. Another approach that the appraiser may use to arrive at their opinion of value is the income capitalization approach, also known as the direct capitalization approach. And with this approach, it's the best approach for the appraiser to put value on properties that produce an income. In other words, they collect rent. So maybe this is an apartment complex. Maybe this is a retail center or an office park. Maybe it's a rental home. The income capitalization approach is the best approach for properties that collect rent, properties that produce an income, commercial and residential. So when the appraiser is tasked with finding value for the subject property, if the subject property collects rent, if it's an income producing property, then the appraiser is going to put the most weight on this approach. Properties that produce income. With the income capitalization approach, there's a formula. I've yet to figure out the T-bar. Well, step 1 is a formula. Step 2, we get to use the T-bar. So the formula for step 1, take a minute and write this down so we can talk about it. And you have it in front of you. This is a formula that you need to know. I highly recommend that it go on a flashcard. I highly recommend when you do these problems for practice, you start by writing out the formula. The more times you write it down, the better you're going to remember it. You've got to know the formula to answer these questions. So with the income capitalization approach, these are properties that collect an income. And we'll always start with the top, the potential gross income, also known as the PGI. And the PGI is the dream. If I'm collecting rent 100% of the time from all of my units, that's my PGI. 100% occupancy, everybody pays on time every time. What is the most I can make from this property this year? By the way, net operating income is solved annually. So if they give you monthly rent, I need you to times by 12 for annual rent. Words matter. So these are always solved annually. So the PGI says, what's the most I can make this year off of this income producing property? That's the dream. 100% occupancy, 100% of the time. My landlords and investors on the call will tell you that that's not real, is it? We don't have 100% occupancy. We don't always have 100% tenants paying on time. So from the dream, we need to take out any vacancies and collection losses if I have to go to court for a tenant. So I take my PGI, I take the dream, I deduct my vacancy and collection losses, and that gives me the effective gross income, or the EGI. The EGI is the reality. The PGI is the dream, it's the max. The EGI is what I'm actually collecting. From that, we deduct our annual operating expenses. Annual operating expenses include things like management fees, janitorial fees, marketing expenses, taxes, insurance. For the most part, on your exam, if it tells you to use it, for the most part, you'll use it as an operating expense. I do have a few distractions. We'll hit those in just a second. So we take our effective gross income and we deduct our annual operating expenses that the problem gives you, and that allows us to arrive at the net operating income. These problems are twofold. So once we get to net operating income, we have another step to take. But before I introduce you to the step, let's come back to these operating expenses. And for your exams, if it's listed as an operating expense, we can count it for the most part. The exceptions to the operating expenses: never calculate depreciation. If the problem gives you depreciation, that's not calculated in operating expenses. Do not take your debt service into consideration with your operating expenses. Your debt service is your principal and interest. And the other distraction they might throw at you is capital improvements. So for your exam, they might rattle off a whole bunch of operating expenses. When you see depreciation, debt service, or capital improvements, knows that those are a distractor, and you're not going to include those when you're adding up operating expenses. So we've solved, I'm going to go back. So we got our formula. I went back too far. We got our formula. Again, you guys, you just have to memorize it. You want to hear a trick I learned a long time ago? Whatever works, right? You take the first letter of each one to help us remember the order. If you want to think of poor Violet eats Oreos nightly. Poor Violet eats Oreos nightly. Violet's not doing too bad if she eats Oreos every night, is she? But it'll catch up to her one day. Poor Violet eats Oreos nightly. And what that does, that helps you remember the order. Potential gross income minus vacancy gives us the effective gross income minus operating expenses. gives us net operating income. Put it on a flashcard. I don't care how you memorize it. Sometimes those silly little tricks help. The other reason why this formula is important, I have seen them on your exams give you, that's not good. I have seen them on on our exams give you the effective gross income, which means that's where you start. So knowing the formula, if they give you that information, they may plop you in the middle of it. And if you don't know the formula, yeah, they're going to give you vacancy and they're going to give you collection losses. And you're trying to figure out what to do with vacancy. But if they give you the effective gross income, that's where you start. So knowing the formula, knowing the order, y'all, it's 80% of the battle for these math problems. Again, this is step one. There is a second step to these problems that we're going to talk about. Here's our cliffhanger. We're going to talk about it in 10. So let's take a break and we come back more on our income capitalization approach. We are back. Welcome back. Take some screenshots. Okay. So step one for the income capitalization approach is to find the net operating income. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second. Once we find the net operating income, what the problem is going to ask for is based off of the rent it collects, based off of the net operating income, what is the projected value of the property? And that's the essence behind this approach. With the income capitalization approach, the value of the property is loosely based on how much rent does it collect. So by starting with that PGI, that maximum rent, what we're getting down to is finding the investors. This is an investment property, an income producing property is owned by an investor. And this is getting us down to their net operating income. And the net operating income just tells the investor their profitability. You've collected your rent, you've paid your operating expenses. Now what is left for you to pay taxes, pay yourself, etc. So the net operating income just tells us the profitability, or tells the investor the profitability. The question is going to ask you for value. So now that we have the net operating income, good news, now we can use a T-bar. So for our T-bar, step one is to find net operating income. Step two is going to be to find value. And net operating income is part of value. And with these problems, our rate or percent is something called the capitalization rate. You'll see that spelled out in just a second. The capitalization rate tells the investor how they're making their money back. This investor had purchased a income producing property. And one important question they have is, well, what's my net operating income? What's my profitability? But the capitalization rate helps them determine their risk, the risk of this property, this investment property, the rate that they are making their money back. The capitalization rate tends to be pretty subjective to the individual investor, and what it is that their goals, what they want for that rate of return. If you're new to the investment game and you only have one investment property, all of your eggs are in that basket. So that one investment property, that 1 month, that one tenant doesn't pay, how much did you as an investor make that month? Nothing. You got a lot of risk right here, don't you? Now, as you add to your portfolio, now you have 20 investment properties. You have 20 tenants. You're collecting 20 rents. Well, if one tenant doesn't pay rent this month, who cares? You're collecting 19 other months. You guys with me? So the more properties you have, the less risk you have. The investor themselves has different rate of return, different risk assessment, that kind of thing. What we're trying to do through the appraiser's point of view is through the net operating income, through the current capitalization rate, determine the value. So with these problems, the X, which you'll be solving for, is the bottom left in the T-bar. They will give you the cap rate in the problem. They will not give you the net operating income, but they will give you the information that you need to find it. So does everybody have our two formulas jotted down in front of you? And we're later going to put these on flashcards. All right, so let's see what we got here. We talked about the exceptions, the operating income. Of course, we know now that they like to give you distractions. So when you see debt service and a problem, that's your distraction. We're not going to count it in our annual operating income. And then, like we said, for the investor, that capitalization rate is their rate of return. It could depend on the market, the investor's individual goals, could depend on what their risk is right now, but it's their rate of return. So we're going to look at one together, and then I'll let you guys do one, and I probably need a whiteboard. So let's look at this first one together, having the formulas in front of us so we can work it. I got a property with a gross market income of $56,000. Vacancy and collection losses are estimated at 8%, and the following expenses have been charged. So you can see we rattle off a bunch of potential operating expenses. It just tells us expenses. So we need to know those exceptions. Question wants to know what's the value of the property if the cap rate is 16%. So with many of our math problems, I tend to like to start, especially these multi-step problems, I like to start with where I want to end. And what I mean by that is the first thing I want to do is identify my X. This problem is asking for value. The value can be found as part of the net operating income. So the first thing we're going to do is throw down a T-bar and identify our X so I can keep my focus, my sight on the end. The problem also tells me my cap rate, rate of percent, always goes in the bottom right. So I got a capitalization rate of 16%. And then I got to figure out my net operating income. And that's where we go back to our other formula. So I have a gross market or potential market income of 56,000. Is my PGI or my gross. Vacancy and collection losses. The truth are sometimes to even your best tenant may move out. You may have, even if you're the best landlord in the world, when that tenant moves out, you're going to have a period of time before you get the new tenant in. So all investors have to take in vacancy. They also have to take in the fact that sometimes as an investor, you got to take those tenants to court. So collection losses. They have told us that vacancy and collection losses are estimated at 8%, and it's 8% of the PGI. So I take 56,000 times 8%, and that gives me vacancy and collection losses of 4,480. I deduct PGI minus vacancy and collection losses, gives me an EGI or an effective gross income of 520. The PGI is the dream. It's the most I can make from this property this year. Once I collect rent 100% of the time, this is the most I can make. Once I deduct out my vacancy and collection losses, what I'm left with is my effective gross income, which is my reality. This is how much I'm actually collecting on this property this year. Questions so far? Back to our formula. Now that I have my EGI, the next step is to deduct my annual operating expenses, and not everything counts. We're not going to count capital improvements. We're not going to count debt service, and we're not going to count depreciation. So when we're looking at operating expenses, I have a management fee of 2,000. I have maintenance and repairs. Yep, that's part of the cost of doing business. I have my first distractor. Depreciation does not count, so we're not going to take that into consideration. Interest. Interest is part of my debt service. My debt service is principal and interest. So there's my other distraction. If we didn't know those exceptions, then we didn't know to rule those out. And then I have my repair reserve. Most investments have some kind of repair reserve. You know, something is going to break this year. I do not have a crystal ball. I can't tell you exactly what is going to break. But what I can is have money in reserve, money set aside for when something does break. So when I add up my operating expenses, I got my management fee, maintenance and repairs, and my reserves. So total operating expenses for this year of $7,040 operating expenses. Questions on how we got that? My effective gross income of 51,520 minus my operating expenses gives us the current net operating income of 44,480. That is the last piece I need for this puzzle that we started at the beginning of the problem. Net operating income is part of value. Now that my T-bar is complete, we can take the last step. That fourth line in the T-bar means divide. 44,480 divided by 16% will tell this appraiser that based off of the rent collected and the expenses, the value of this property would be placed at $278,000. The theory behind the income capitalization approach says that its value is based on how much rent it collects and its operating expenses. How much money does it make you? Because that's its job, is to produce an income. So we can use that information to determine the value of the property through the eyes of the appraiser. Questions? And I erase. All right, y'all know the drill by now. We do one together, and then I'll let you do one on your own. So take a few minutes, tell me to chat A, B, C, or D, and then we will talk about it. About another minute and then we'll talk about it. All right, let's see what we got here. So the first thing we did was just read. I got an investor that requires a 12.5% cap rate. An apartment complex has an effective gross income of 755,500 with 5% vacancy and collection losses. I got annual operating expenses of 318,000. Question, of course, wants to know, what is the value? So maybe I don't know anything else. When in doubt, y'all, seriously, when in doubt, just throw down a T-bar, because the majority of the time, not all the time, but the majority of the time, we're going to be using that T-bar. So the first thing I'm going to do is throw myself down a T-bar. I'm going to identify my X, which means I'm going to determine what the problem is asking me for. And through the eyes of the appraiser, what we're going to be asked to find is value. This investor's cap rate is 12.5%. What I don't know yet is net operating income. Before we get to net operating income, questions so far? This problem is a great example of why we need to know the formula and why we need to be able to eliminate distractions. The problem doesn't give me the PGI. The problem gives me the EGI, which means it's one of those problems that it's plopped us in the middle of it. We don't have to worry about PGI. We don't have to worry about vacancy and collection losses because it's already taken that into consideration. With that being said, why don't y'all take another minute or so and revisit this problem? I see expressions on faces. So let's take a minute. We're starting with the EGI. This is why we need to know the formula. Have it in front of you. So we're starting with the EGI, which means to get to NOI from here, from my EGI, I need to deduct my annual operating expenses, which the problem tells me are 318,000. These are my operating expenses. And when I take my EGI minus my operating expenses, I get net operating income of 437,500. That's the last piece I need to complete my T-bar. So now I have my net operating income as part of my or part of my value. What we're solving for is value. Back fourth line in the T-bar means divide. So I take my net operating income, divide it by my capitalization rate. And based off of this information, the appraiser is going to determine, based on the rent collected and the operating expenses, the net operating income, the appraiser will determine that the value of this property is 3.5 or D. Questions?
This time we don't subtract the 5% vacancy collection.
Correct. Because the reason we subtract the vacancy is to find the EGI. But in this case, the problem gave me the EGI. So that would be our distraction. They'd love to give y'all distractions. There it is. I said it. So the questions? May I erase? All right. Stepping aside from the appraisal role for just 1 second, put on another hat that we've kind of been wearing, but now we want to wear it a little bit more. Put on your investor's hat for just 1 second, because, you know, the appraiser's using this information to find value of the property. But when the investor is deciding on whether or not to buy this income producing property, the investor may or may not have this information. The seller may or may not release what its income is, what its operating expenses are. So if we don't have the numbers, then the investor can't buy knowing what their cap rate would be or what their net operating income would be. The appraiser is going to use it to find value, but for the investor, they care about this, they care about the net operating income, but they also care about their money and calculating their money. And they're going to use various multipliers to help them determine if this is a good investment property. And in using a multiplier, they're going to look at what they paid for it versus how many months they're going to pay on it or how many years they're going to pay on it. So the investor is going to look at some multipliers. If they're looking at the gross rent multiplier, they're looking at monthly rent. And this is primarily set aside for residential property. In the investment world, residential rentals are determined, calculated monthly. If the investor is looking at a commercial property, then they may be looking at the gross income multiplier, which is calculated annually. So what the multiplier does is it allows the investor to say, if I buy this residential property, how many months do I have to collect rent before I get my money back? If the investor is buying a commercial property, the gross income multiplier answers the question, how many years do I have to collect rent before I get my money back? To the investor, it's how long do I have to collect rent before I get my money back? So when it comes to the multipliers, all we're going to do is take the sales price and divide it by the monthly or the annual income, depending on if we're looking for gross rent for residential or gross income for annual. Commercial income annual. Residential rent monthly. Jot this down. We're going to see some examples. And I need you guys to see gross rent or gross income. And that's going to tell you if you need monthly rent or annual income. Got it? So let's see. You got a property that's sold for 800,000, has an annual rent of 120,000. The problem wants to know what is the gross rent multiplier. So take a moment, sales price divided by either monthly or annual. So this problem, again, is another good example of why we're going to focus on the question. Stay focused on the question. Question asks, what is the gross rent multiplier? And if I go back just for 1 second, we're reminded that the gross rent multiplier uses monthly rent. So the problem gave me annual rent. So the first thing I need to do is take that annual rent and divide it by 12 to get monthly. So I'm speaking the same language of the problem. We got to solve this monthly since we're talking about rent. So I got monthly rent of $10,000. Sales price of 800,000 divided by monthly rent of 10,000 gives this an investor a gross rent multiplier of 80. In other words, what the investor just answered is, if I pay $800,000 for this rental property, residential rental property, and every month I collect rent of $10,000, what we just told the investor is going to take them 80 months to get their money back. When are you going to see your rate of return on that $800,000? It'll happen in 80 months. Questions on this? Can I erase? What about this one? Solving for gross income multiplier. Then I got a property sold for 200, monthly rent is 1,300. Questions asking about the gross income multiplier. Again, if I go back for 1 second and looking at the gross income multiplier, now we see we want to use yearly or annual income, sales price divided by annual. So I know I have monthly rent of 1,300, but I also know what I'm looking for is annual. So we'll take 1,300 times 12, and that gives me annual rent or yearly rent of 15,600. And then we just take the sales price divided by that annual rent. And that gives me 12.82 years. So through the eyes of the investor, if I buy this investment property and I collect annual rent of 15,600, how many years before I get my money back? 12.82 years, almost 13 years. Investors care about that rate of return. Questions on gross rent multiplier, gross income multiplier? Okay. Appraiser's hat back on. We talked about the sales comparison approach, which is best for resale, single family, resale, single family, and land, residential, and vacant land. We talked about the income capitalization approach, which is the best for the appraiser to use when they're determining value on a property that produces an income. It collects rent. The third approach that the appraiser may take is the cost approach. And the cost approach is best for special use properties. So think churches, schools, libraries. These things don't sell regularly enough to be able to study closed comps. Yes, churches go up for sale, but not regularly enough, not often enough that we can use the closed comps. So these special use properties, the appraiser will put the most weight on the cost approach. Please make a note for me. In addition to schools, churches, hospitals, and government buildings, the cost approach is also the best for new construction. Sales comparison approach is best for resale. Cost approach is best for new construction, residential or commercial. The appraiser can always use the cost approach, and they often do. The appraiser is tasked with using as many of the three approaches as they can. They can always use the cost approach, but they're going to put the most weight on the cost approach if it's one of these special use properties or if it's new construction. So how does the cost approach work? The first thing the appraiser does is put value on the land as if it were vacant. Do a David Copperfield, do away with the property itself. If you were to sell this land as if it were vacant, what would we sell it for? So the first step in the cost approach, hear me, would be to use the sales comparison approach to put value on the vacant land, resale residential and land. So sales comparison approach gives us the cost of the vacant land as if we were selling this land without a property on it. The second piece of the cost approach, now that we know what the value of the land is, the second piece of the cost approach is to answer what is the cost to build this building new. If we were to build this building on this vacant land today, what would it cost us? So we put value on the land, we put value on the building, put value on the land as if it were vacant, put value on the building as if we were building it today. There's some work we got to do with the building, though. The truth is, we're not building this today. The truth is this building has existed. It's already in place. So once we determine the cost to build it new today, then the appraiser needs to take into account the depreciation of the building. What's the loss in value that the building has suffered so far? Depends on age, primarily on age. And there's several different things that they take into consideration with depreciation, and we will talk about that in just a minute. So only brand new, just cut the ribbon, has not depreciated yet. But for these special use properties, these churches, these schools, they've been around for some time now. So we got to take that depreciation into consideration when trying to arrive at value today. Depreciation, kind of, again, in the eyes of the beholder, depreciation looks a little bit different for tax depreciation versus real depreciation. Tax depreciation is more for the accountant, and the accountant can often help us determine depreciation. Depreciation through the accountant, they can help the investor determine, what their taxes are worth based off of the loss of the value of the property. Real depreciation is the actual loss, not for taxation purposes, but the actual loss of value over time, over years. And the accountant's tool for either type of depreciation. One of the more common tools that the accountant uses is something called straight line depreciation. So straight line depreciation says every year this property is going to lose the same value every single year. So let's just say, for example, make some numbers up. Let's say we decide that this property is going to have value for 50 years. Now, I'm not saying on year 51 it crumbles to the ground, but what we are saying is after 50 years, it doesn't have the value that it did when it was built. It loses a little bit of value each year. If we value the property at 750,000, somebody somewhere has decided this property is valued at 750,000. Straight line depreciation says it's going to lose the same amount every year. So today it's worth 750. We've determined it's going to have a useful life or an effective life of 50 years, that it still has value. And when I take the value and divide it by the 50 years, what we learn through straight line depreciation is that every year it's going to lose value of $15,000. It's going to depreciate $15,000. So year one, it's going to depreciate 15,000. Year 2, year 3, year 46, every year it's going to lose 15,000 until we get that value to zero. So real depreciation is what's actually happening to it. And straight line depreciation is just often the easiest tool to use to determine this. Also with depreciation, we got to take into account the actual age versus the effective age. The actual age is the real number. Y'all don't answer this question, but how old are you? That is your actual age. The effective age takes into consideration the updates and the upgrades and the work and the repairs. So you're looking at how old you actually are versus what work you've had done. You had Botox, you might look a little younger. Your effective age may not quite be your actual age, and same thing with the building. The actual age is the real number. The effective age takes into account the Botox. It takes into account the upgrades and the repairs. This house that y'all are looking at is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. This is something that we just listed and sold this a couple months ago. I think it just closed back in July or August or something like that. One of the builders that we work with bought this home and redid it. Let me ask you guys a question. Can you look at this home? I'm getting ready to tell you what year it was built. Is everybody ready? This home was built in 1921. Its actual age is what, 104 years old. But the effective age, this builder took it, y'all, they took it down to the studs. They say as long as the bones are good. So this builder enhanced the effective age. This home does not look like it was built in 1921. Step inside, it looks nothing like 1921. So there's the actual age of when it was built. There's the effective age that takes into consideration the upgrades, the fact that we took it down to the studs and revamped it. Questions so far on the cost approach? Cost approach is another one of those. It has a multi-step formulas. So formula number one for the cost approach is to find value. Again, please write down the formula. We'll talk about it. We'll look at the formula to find the cost new, excuse me, the depreciation. I'm sorry. We'll see the formula, see depreciation. But the main formula to find value So the formula to find the cost approach. We're going to start with the cost to build it new. If I were to build this building new today, what would it cost me? So we're back to our cost per square feet. How many square feet are in this building? What's the cost per square foot? How much does each square foot cost? So you take the total number of square feet times how much each square foot costs, and that gives us the cost to build it new today. The truth is we're not building it new today. So from the cost to build it new today, we need to deduct depreciation. We'll see that formula in just a second. And then as a reminder, the cost approach looks at the cost of the land plus the building. So once we have the building, the cost new minus depreciation, then we need to add to that the land and any improvements to the land. Improvements to the land would be things like parking lot, sidewalk, driveway, fences, plumbing, electricity, things like that. We have improved the land. So the land plus its improvements, plus the cost to build it new with our depreciation. Side note, for depreciation, we're going to take the cost to build it new and divide it by its useful life. How many years do we think this building will be useful? Let's take the cost new, divide it by its useful life, and then multiply it by the effective age. How many years are we actually into it? I think this building is going to be useful for 50 years. We are 12 years into it. My useful life would be 50. My effective age would be 12. And that lets us know how much the building has depreciated so far. And that's what I want to know. I don't care about where it's going to depreciate next year. I want to know how much value has it lost within its first 12 years. So again, another two-step formula. We're going to have to step off to the side to find depreciation. And then when we find depreciation, we can go back to our main formula to plug that in. Flashcards. I'm telling you, if y'all write these formulas down 15, 100 times, they're going to stick. Anybody else ever get in trouble in school and have to walk up to the blackboard or the whiteboard, depending on your age, and write something over 100 times? Mine was always, I will not talk in class. Why do they make you do that? Not to be mean, not to make your hand cramp, but to make you think the next time you talked in class. Everybody with me? Same thing. It's that power of repetition. If you write this down 100 times, I guarantee you your muscle memory, you'll have it, whatever we have to do. So we got the formulas, we can solve for value, we can find depreciation. So now we're going to go to break. And when we come back, we will do our last math for today. Let's take 10 first. right. Welcome back. I am, camera's popping back on. I am taking attendance. Let's make sure we have our formulas in front of us. I don't know why I did that because I'm going to have to do this. So never mind. Make sure we have our formulas in front of us. The first one is to find value. The second one then is a formula within a formula, in which case we're looking for depreciation. So we know how this works. We're going to work one together, and then I'll let you guys work one as well. So the one we're going to work together, let's see what we got here. So first we just read. I got a building with an estimated replacement cost of $150 per square foot. What it's telling us is that every single square foot costs $150. The building has 3,000 square feet. The land's estimated at 400,000. Site improvements have been estimated at 120. Again, site improvements are things like parking lots and driveways and plumbing and electricity, things like that. The building has an effective age of 10 years and a useful life of 40. Using the cost approach, what would the appraiser determine the value of this property? Effective age of 10 years tells us it's got 10 years used out of its 40. So the 40 is the max that is going to have value, and we've used up 10 years of that. So the first thing we're going to do, start at the top of our formula, and the first thing we're going to do is calculate, if I were to build this new today, how much would it cost me? And keeping it simple, the appraisers determine that cost per square foot for this type of building in this area at this time goes about $150 per square feet. And we got 3,000 square feet. So if I take my 3,000 square feet, I know each and every single one of those square feet costs $150. So when I multiply them together, if I were to build this building new today, it would cost me $450,000 just based off of this information. So we took the square feet, cost per square foot, and multiplied them together to get the cost to build it new. Questions so far? From the cost to build it new, the truth is we're not building it new today. The truth is existing. It's 10 years old is what we're saying here. So from the cost to build it new, we have to take into account how much has it depreciated so far? How much have we lost in value just since it's been built for 10 years? So I'm going to come over here, give myself some more room to figure out depreciate. D-P-R-E-C-I-A. I don't spell, y'all. Close enough. Everybody agree that spells depreciation? So for depreciation, we're going to take the cost to build it new that we just discovered. And then we're going to say, well, we have determined that it's a useful life, or we expect it to have value for 40 years. So straight line depreciation says if we expect it to have value for 40 years, straight line depreciation says every year it's going to lose 11,250. We took the cost and divide it by its useful life for straight line depreciation. And now we're going to multiply that by our effective age to learn how much we've actually lost so far. How much have we depreciated in its short little 10 years of existence? So depreciation in this case, that's depreciation. Cost new minus depreciation. Gives me the cost of the building today. Building it new, taking into account that it has lost value over the 10 years to the tune of 112,500. So today, the property is worth 337,500. Now that we have value on the structure, now we need to add to that the land. So in this case, the appraiser has already determined they use the sales comparison approach to determine that the land is valued at 400,000. In other words, if this building didn't exist and I was going to sell this land vacant, we could sell it for 400,000. There's also some site improvements that absolutely add value. So we'll add those up. And when I take the cost of the building today, plus the land, plus the site improvements, we have the appraiser's opinion of value for this special use property of 857,500. We put a price on the land. We put a price on the value on the building today. We added them together, and that tells the appraiser we'd sell for 857,500. Cost approach is best for special use properties. New construction, make sure you have that written down for me. Cost approach is best for new construction. We have nothing to depreciate with new construction. We are building it new. And because we are taking into consideration the cost of the building today, because we are taking into consideration the cost of the land, the appraiser will always use the cost approach to help them arrive at their opinion of value. They're always going to be able to use this. They're going to put the most weight on it if it's a special use property or a new construction. Questions? All right. Y'all ramped up to doing one on your own? Here you go. Tell me in the chat, A, B, C, or D. And then, of course, we'll come back together and talk about it. minute. We'll talk about it. See what we got. We got an appraiser. It's using the cost approach. They're trying to find value on a building, 3,500 square feet. The cost to build new is $150 per square foot. Building's 25 years old. I got a useful life of 75 years and an effective age of 10. The value of the land is 75,000 without taking into account the 15,000 in site upgrades. What is the value if we round just a little bit? So we got more information here than what we need, which is why we need to know the formula so we know which numbers to use. First thing we're going to do is figure out how much does it cost me if I were building this thing new today? How much would it cost me? So the cost to build new, I have a 3,500 square feet building. Each and every single square feet costs $150. So when I take 3,500 times 150, I were building this thing new today, it would cost me $525,000. Questions so far? The truth is I'm not building it new today. The truth is that I built it a couple years ago. So we have to take into account depreciation. We have to take into account how much value we have lost so far. So now we look at our formula for depreciation. My formula for depreciation tells me that I start with the cost to build it new, and we're going to divide it by its useful life. This one has determined that it's got a useful life of 75 years. So what we're saying, straight line depreciation, is that every year, the cost to build it new divided by 75 years, straight line depreciation says every year it's going to depreciate or it's going to lose $7,000 in value over a course of 75 years. The fact that it is 25 years old, that's its actual age. It's useful, or yeah, that's its actual age. But the truth is it's had some work. Because the work is going to add value. The work adds value. So again, what's your age versus what work have you done? Maybe you have a new knee or a new hip that adds value to you. Isn't getting older fun? So as we get older, we have to make ourselves more effective, right? So the fact that it's 25 years old is irrelevant because it's had work. So what I care about is its effective age. So we know it loses $7,000 a year. Its effective age tells me that it's 10 years into it, which means so far at this point, it has depreciated or it has lost $70,000 in value. And when I take the cost, 5 minus 70, we get Is that right? 455. Let me do that again real quick. 525 minus 70. Yep. I have a value of the building today of $455,000. So the cost to build it new minus what it's lost so far, taking into account the work that it's had, tells me the building today is valued at 455. Then we have the land. So I got 75,000 in land. I got 15 in site improvements. So to the building, we're going to add what we determine the value of the land is. What did I just say? 75,000. And the site improvements. I mean, think about buying a building. It's a lot more valuable if it already has the parking lot or the driveway. So we want to take that into consideration. And when we add this all up, we get the appraiser's cost approach to value to determine this building at D, as in dog. And I see that some of us got it. Yay! Questions? Three approaches to value. We're getting ready to sum it all up. 3 pieces of math. 7 math questions total on your exams. Like we discussed the other day, I can't tell you what math questions you're going to get. I don't know, because it's a random selection every time you sit down at Pearson VUE Testing Center. Beep, boop, boop. Here's your 7 test questions. One of those, several of those could be from this unit, the appraiser's unit. Remember, you guys, 5% of your exams are math. 5%. What did we say on day 1? Everybody remember, we are not going to stress out over the math. It's more important to me that we understand the approaches. Can I erase? Y'all can put your calculators down for the day. Well, until you're ready to study this afternoon or do your midterm. You can put it down for now. How about that? All right. So let's wrap this up. The appraiser. If it is a resale residential single family, they're going to do the sales comparison approach and the cost approach. They're going to put the most weight on the sales comparison approach because of the type of property it is. If it's an income producing property, if it collects rent, they're going to do the income capitalization approach and the cost approach, putting the most weight on the income capitalization approach because that's the type of property it is. If it's a special use property, they're going to do the cost approach and one or the other. If it collects rent, it's the income. If it doesn't, it'll be the sales comparison. And then putting the most weight on the cost. There's a lot of number crunching and market gathering and studying that the appraiser does. They do, specifically with residential and commercial, actually. They do go out briefly, look at the home, drive through the neighborhood. Sometimes most of the times, they're going to get in the home, just a quick walkthrough to check the condition, make sure that it looks like they think it does when they're trying to put value on it. The majority of their appraiser's job is done behind the computer, looking at these numbers, studying these approaches, and coming up with their final reconciliation. And that final reconciliation arrives them to their appraised amount or their opinion on market value. So with their final reconciliation, it's going to be an incredibly rare situation that they use all three. If the property they're appraising falls under all three categories, then they will. But for the most part, we see two approaches, knowing that the appraiser can always use the cost approach. So again, understanding which approach is best for which property type helps us better understand the appraiser's reconciliation and where they're putting that final weight on. A little bit more about depreciation, because there's several different categories of depreciation, as you can imagine, several different things for the appraiser to take into consideration. And depreciation, it really can be broken down into two different categories, if you will. Some depreciation is curable, which means it's feasibly economical to fix it. Like you can put a little bit of money into it, you can fix it, and you can get your rate of return. Other depreciation is incurable then, which means if it's incurable, you put your money into it, you're not going to get that back. It's more than what you can expect to get back. So the different types of depreciation that the appraiser considers. First off, we have something called functional obsolescence. And with functional obsolescence, it's an outdated feature or just a poor design. Not all homes are built well. Not all homes are built well. Not all properties are built well. There's weird layouts sometimes. I was with friends of mine this weekend and we were reminiscent to when I helped them buy their house. And I totally forgot, but she was like, do you remember the house that we saw that the bathroom was walled up in the middle of the living room? And I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot about that one. Yeah, so smack dab in the middle of the living room were 4 walls. And within those 4 walls was the bathroom. We would consider that a poor design. We didn't go far in that home before my guys were like, yeah, no, we're out. Also, outdated features. Sometimes with older homes, we've seen improvements over the years. So some examples of functional obsolescence. If you have a home that only has 1 bathroom, maybe if it was built, the early 1900s or something, it could be a 4-bed, 1 bath. Maybe it's not economically feasible to add a second bathroom. We know today we all like our own bathroom. So adding a bathroom may be an example of an incurable functional obsolescence. If you add a second bathroom, adding that bathroom is more than what the property's worth. Another really good example of incurable functional obsolescence would be a home that doesn't have central AC. It has window units. Before you run in there and start putting in central AC, we need to ask, is the value of the property worth that? Can we get that rate of return? Curable functional obsolescence, curable things that we can do something about to add value. We could update the outdated kitchen, the beautiful avocado green of the 70s. That is a curable functional obsolescence. It would be nothing to come in and slap paint on this horrible color, make it bright, make it shiny. So functional obsolescence are poor designs, outdated features. Shag carpet is an outdated feature. You slap down new carpet, it's curable. It's feasibly economic to fix. Another type of depreciation we have is economic obsolescence. Economic obsolescence are the outside factors of the home that you cannot control. Nothing you can do about the surrounding area, but that surrounding area absolutely has something to do with value. Economic obsolescence is always incurable because there's nothing you can do about what's around the property. So for example, if the property is near a landfill, There's nothing you can do about that. You can choose not to buy that property, but it's not going to change the value of that property. If you've ever been near a landfill or driven near a landfill on a hot August day, take a big deep breath. It doesn't smell really good out there. And that absolutely incurable. It takes into account the outside forces, the outside surrounding. You know, power poles, power towers nearby. Nothing we can do about them, but they're going to deter from the value of the property. So economic obsolescence is always incurable. The other category of depreciation that the appraiser looks at is physical deterioration. This is just normal wear and tear. Normal wear and tears. Things age, they deteriorate, they lose its originality, its newness. So physical deterioration is just normal wear and tear. Physical deterioration could be curable, meaning it's easy, economically feasible to fix. Physical deterioration can also be incurable, which means if you fix it, it's more than what the property's worth. So curable physical deterioration we deal with all the time. Slapping a new, putting a new coat of paint on a property. A new coat of paint does wonders. That's curable physical deterioration. It's all in the eyes of the beholder. Incurable physical deterioration, for example, could be structural issues. Now, I'm not a structural engineer, so I'm not going to tell you that this house is about to fall down. That would be me stepping out of my lane, even though I think we could all agree with it and look at that and say the same thing, right? But I've got to stay in my lane. If I were helping you buy this home, I would look you in the eyeball and say, I highly recommend you talk to a structural engineer before you buy this home. Did I just act like a structural engineer? Stay in your lane, y'all. So a structural engineer comes in and tells us what you and I already know by looking at this. And to fix the structural issues in this home would be incurable. You couldn't get that money back, that value back. So just the different ways that things can depreciate, how depreciation affects as buildings age, as styles change. Questions on anything? So let's see what you guys think. When using the income capitalization approach, what are a couple of the things that we said? We said three things were not considered operating income. Who can remind me one or more of those three things? Chat's blowing up. Let's see what we got in the chat. Yeah. One of those three things that doesn't count as operating income is your debt service. Your debt service is your principal and your interest. Does not count when you're calculating operating income. Taxes does. No, it's not your whole PITI. Your debt service is just your principal and your interest. Taxes and insurance are operating expenses. What else? Debt service doesn't count as an operating expense. Capital improvements. do not count as operating expense. And guys, a capital improvement is not painting a room. It's not putting down new carpet. A capital improvement is something that adds value. The fastest way I know to add value is to add square footage. When you finish the unfinished basement, when you build a room in the back of the house, you have added square footage. Those are capital improvements, for example. So I got debt service. I got capital improvements. Go back to the chat. And the third thing, there we go, is depreciation. So for your exams, when you answer these cost approach questions with the math, again, you guys, these things are considered distractors. Anything else that you see will be considered an operating expense. Again, management fees, janitorial fees, landscaping, marketing, advertising, taxes, insurance. They may give you a whole laundry list of expenses. And when they do that, we need to know debt service, depreciation, and capital improvements are not considered in operating expenses. When we get to unit, I think it's 13, doesn't matter. When we get to a future unit, we're going to revisit the net operating income formula. And then we're going to take that a step further. And we're going to look at what happens to the net operating income when we take into consideration the debt service. So we're going to see it again. We're going to expand on it for net operating income. And then we also looked at, just because you see a comp doesn't mean it's a good comp. So you start like the CMA we pulled on break, and I think I had, was it 10 or 13 closed, something like that. That doesn't mean I'm going to look at all 10 of those comps, because not all 10 of those comps are good comps. So once the appraiser goes out and finds all of them, then they're going to study the comps to narrow it down. Which ones are the most similar? Which ones closed more recently? The more recent it closed, the better indicator of this market that it is. I want the ones as close by as possible. And equally important, the fewer adjustments that we have to make to the comp, the better the comp. The fewer adjustments, the better the comp. Nearby, recently sold, similar. Questions? In Learn Test Pass, you guys have, for your reference, if you like to see, you guys have a sample appraisal report. Now, I've went ahead and pulled it so we could look at it together. I don't expect you guys to study this. The actual appraisal report will not be on your exam. However, we put it here so we can see what to expect. And we can relate what we just learned to a real world, as this is very much a real world scenario. So with the appraisal, remember, the lender requires it. The lender orders the appraisal. They let the buyer pay for it. The buyer pays for it as part of their contract to closing process. The appraiser goes out, does their thing, and then reports back to the lender their opinion, their estimate of value. And then the lender looks at the sales price, they look at the appraised amount, and whichever one is less will tell them the value, so they know how much home or how much loan to issue, their loan to value ratio. We're not looking at all 27 pages. You never do in the real world. What we care about with the appraisal are just the first couple. So here's the property. And you can see we have the subject. You guys see this black bar on the left here? It tells you the different categories. So they start by studying the subject property. Any contract information. The appraiser does get the sales contract. You can see here that they've studied the neighborhood. What are various features of the neighborhood? The site. Tell me about the land. Do we have public water? Do we have on-site sewer? Tell me about the land in this section. And then any improvements to the property and the land. So pretty much this first page is the inspector studying, very thoroughly studying the subject property and learning as much about it as they possibly can. This property or this appraiser was able to use the sales comparison approach, very similar to what we just saw a few minutes ago in our example. I think if you want to look at a sample sales comparison approach, it's best to see it from the appraisal and learn test pass versus the PowerPoint slide that it's hard to see. But again, we got our subject with the features. This appraiser found 3 good comps. And then we can see the adjustments. Goodness, look at all those adjustments. We can see the adjustments that the appraiser made to the comp to make it match the subject sales comparison approach. Telling me right here in the black bar. I'm going to come back to this reconciliation in just a second. Here's the appraiser's cost approach. So they put their opinion on the land, the value of the land, the value of the building as if we were building it new, and then using the cost approach to come to their indicated value, what they would think it's worth today to build it. Here's the section for the income capitalization approach. And because it's blank, that tells me that this property doesn't produce an income. If we don't produce an income, then they can't use this approach. So this appraisal looks at the sales comparison approach and the cost approach. And if we go back up, this whole 27-page report, and all anybody cares about is this right here. The appraiser's going to give their final reconciliation, their final opinion of value. And as of this date, based on the sales comparison approach and the cost approach, the appraiser is telling us that this property is worth $535,000. So just a sample, a little taste of the real world. I know sometimes seeing the real world helps bring all this together. Again, you have it, learn, test, pass. If you want to glance at it, please don't spend all your study time on this appraisal report. And the other thing I want to say, we mentioned in class the other day about the AVMs, the automated valuation method. And those AVMs are calculated by a computer. It's an automated calculation. AVMs you see on most sites that have homes for sale, and they give you an AVM, an automated valuation method of what they think the property's worth. The Zestimate is probably the one that we're all most familiar with. The thing with the AVMs, they're not as precise. They don't look at all of the information. AVMs are very, very generic. So we just learned that when the appraiser is putting their opinion on things, they study the features, they study the specifics. With an AVM, they identify the subject property. So the subject property is 123 Main Street. Let me do it this way. They identify the subject property, and then they draw a radius around the subject property. The AVM does. So maybe that radius, maybe it's a 1/4 mile radius, for example. So from the subject property, we're going to do a 1/4 mile radius. And the AVM says, okay, anything within this radius that closed within the last 3 months, I don't care about style, square footage, bedrooms, does it have a fireplace? We don't care about anything like that. The AVM just looks at what closed within the last 6 months, for example. And based on those 2 pieces of information, it gives you an estimate. You could be having condos and townhomes and 2 stories. and ranches. They don't get into specifics. So the difference in what the appraiser does, what you and I do, and what the automated valuation methods do. Think about like fishing. If I have any fishers on the call, if you're fishing for a specific type of fish, you're using a certain bait, right? You know the fish you're catching, you know the best bait to use to get it. That's us doing our CMAs. That's the appraiser doing their appraisal. What the AVM doing is dropping the net and taking everything it catches. It's not fishing for specifics. It's not looking for a certain type. It's just dropping the net and dragging. And what it gets, all the fish, the shrimp, the toilet seat, the old boot, all that stuff is calculated into that AVM. So the consumer, you like to use those estimates, those AVMs, when it's to their advantage. When the market is good, AVMs are high, and sellers say, well, Zestimate says my home can sell for this. When the market's not so good, those values are low, and buyers like to say, well, the Zestimate says I could buy this home for that. So understanding how that works, or having a better understanding in the appraisal process versus how the AVM works, are all conversations that we're going to have with the consumer to help educate them, to helping them price their home, and helping them buy. Questions from the appraisal world? Is anybody interested in appraisals more so since we've gone through this? I find it really interesting. Get your real estate license first. Everybody promised me get your real estate license first. But if this is something that interests you, this is definitely a field. This is definitely an avenue. You gotta like numbers. You gotta like data. I don't know if you're a data geek like me. I love my data. So you have to enjoy. I thought about it. Not gonna lie, I thought about the appraisal piece of it. But yeah, just another piece of real estate to take into consideration. There's so many options, so many avenues. But again, step one, you got to get your license. Questions, comments? Okay. Last break. Let's take 10. And when we come back, you did 8. Cameras are popping back on. Hello. So I'm going to take attendance. We've taken some side steps, taken some deviation. We took a detour for the lender world. We took a detour for the appraisal world. Again, it's important to understand that I'm not here to teach you guys how to be lenders or appraisers. We're just introducing you to these things that you're going to encounter in the real world to best help our buyers and sellers. And it's so important, you guys, that you always remember to stay in your lane. Thank you. I want to be the first one my buyers and sellers come to. And so it's okay to have a basic understanding, a basic knowledge. It's not okay to act like a lender. It's not okay to act like an appraiser. I think in some cases, I fear that this class is teaching you guys just enough to know to be dangerous. So in time, you'll better define your lines. And with that being said, let's put our broker hat back on. Y'all, we've been with buyers and sellers for how long now? Let's put them under contract. If I can't put them under contract, we don't close. So Unit 8 is a good one. Unit 8 is a tested unit, heavily tested unit, because Unit 8 has two different sections. The first section in Unit 8 is our basic contract law, like first year law students. This is where they start, is basic contract law. Now, we're not in law school, so we're not spending as much time or as much in depth as they are. I'm not here to teach you guys how to be an attorney. However, we deal with the sales contract on a regular basis. We deal with our agency agreements. Our agency agreements are a contract. So we deal with contracts on the regular, which means we need a basic understanding of how they work, of their ins and outs. So that's the first module in Unit 8. The second module, then we'll get into North Carolina specific sales contracts, things that we do. Next week, we will look at our offer to purchase and contract, that kind of thing. But before that, let's learn some basic contract law. I don't care if you're in real estate or if you're anywhere else. A contract is a contract is a contract. And that's what this first module is about. So first thing we need to do is just define some basics. What are some concepts and terms, classifications? We need to determine if we have something called mutual assent. So first off, we need to discuss what mutual assent is and then determine if we have it. We need to be able to identify the essential elements of a legal, valid contract. Understanding that the judge is the one that gets to determine the validity of a contract. And if the judge is handed a contract and asked, hey, is this thing valid or not? The first thing that the judge is going to look for is whether or not we have those essential elements. So identifying those. And a little state specific, we're going to talk about something called the statute of frauds, what that means for contract. So some basic concepts, some basic terms. The first we've seen several times so far. Contracts could be express or implied. An express agreement is one where all the terms have been clearly stated. An express agreement, maybe in writing, maybe it's a handshake. Remember, I'm not in real estate right now. We'll get into real estate. But right now we are in basic contract law. Express means all the terms, no matter how they were stated, all the terms have been agreed to. Compare that to an applied contract. And applied contracts are based on one's actions. We do not have an agreement. One just starts acting like we have an agreement. As you can imagine, back to real estate for a second, all of our contracts in real estate are express. And specifically, they all have to be in writing due to the statute of frauds. A little preview there for you. Contracts, basic contract law, can be bilateral or unilateral. In contract speak, lateral means side, S-I-D-E. So in contract speak, a unilateral contract means only one side has to perform. A bilateral contract means two sides have to perform. Our sales contract is a bilateral contract. It's an agreement between the buyer and the seller. Both parties have duties and obligations to each other. Our agency agreements are a bilateral contract. Client owes us duty, the firm owes the client's duties. A unilateral contract, I do have an example of a unilateral contract in real estate. We'll see that next week. But just to give us an example, one-sided, no, this is not my little puppy. But if this were my little puppy and my little puppy went missing and I put a flyer out, unilateral says, I only have to give you $2,000 if you perform. So if you don't bring me my puppy, then I'm not giving you $2,000. It's a one side. So again, I do have a real estate unilateral contract. We'll see that next week and we'll hit on that word again. Most of what we do, everything else is bilateral, which means both parties, both sides have to perform. Hopefully, all contracts are valid. Not all of them are valid. Again, the judge is the one that gets to determine the validity of the contract. So if the judge determines that a contract is valid, that means that that contract is fully enforceable in a court of law. You take a valid contract to the judge and say, I want out. The judge is going to look at the contract. They're going to look for those essential elements. And they're going to say, per the terms of the contract, you don't have an out. It's fully enforceable. If you get out, you could be in breach. If you're in breach of contract, you didn't do what you promised to do. So a valid contract will stand up in a court of law. The judge is looking for those essential elements to determine the validity. We'll look at those essential elements. We'll talk about those specific. And because the judge has determined that it's valid, that valid contract is binding on all of the parties. Nobody can get out without consequences because the contract is valid. What are the consequences? I don't know. Any good contract is going to spell out what happens if somebody breaches. What are those consequences? It's got to be part of the contract. It's all part of what we agree to when we enter into the contract. Most of the time, what you and I probably deal with will be a valid contract. No, we're not taking these to the judge every time, but if there is a question, this is a big benefit for you and I using the pre-printed forms that are provided to us. We will talk about that. The pre-printed forms are drawn up by attorneys. They know the validity. They know what the judge is looking for. So the majority of the time, we're dealing with valid contracts, but we might run into some different situations. It's possible for a valid contract. It's possible for the valid contract to become voidable. A valid contract can become voidable by the judge because of one party. The contract itself is valid, legally enforceable, and has all the essential elements. one party, that's the key word here. One party takes the valid contract to a judge and says, I shouldn't have to perform. The judge looks at the contract and they say, well, the contract's fine. It's legally enforceable. It's got all the essential elements. But that one party saying, I should not be expected to perform. And if the judge agrees, they will make the valid contract voidable. So who are examples of that one party? The judge can't make a minor perform. We can't stop the minor from entering into a contract. But if the 17-year-old takes the contract to the judge and says, look, I'm only 17. You can't make me perform. And the judge is going to say, you're right. I can't because you're a minor. And so this contract is voidable, maybe voidable by the judge. Somebody that's been declared mentally incompetent, in fact, we'll see that again in just a second, may be able to make the contract voidable with the right supporting evidence, the right documentation. You can't make me perform because of my mental capacity. If the judge agrees, they could make the contract voidable. If you can prove that somebody was intoxicated at the time they entered into the contract, the argument here is that they weren't of their sound, sober mind. We could be dealing with legal or illegal substances. Be careful, you guys, when you're working with buyers and sellers, especially in the evening. I've heard several stories. You know, I got somebody's home listed for sale. A couple offers come in. I call my sellers and say, hey, we have offers. Can I swing by this evening for us to talk about it? Seller says, yeah, come on over after dinner. So I show up after dinner and the sellers are really happy to see me. And then I see they're having their after dinner cocktails. This may not be the best time for me to discuss the terms of their contract with them. You and I can pay attention. We can pay attention to these kinds of things. If these sellers do go under contract and they can later prove to the judge that they were intoxicated at the time they entered into the contract, then the judge may make the contract voidable. Damage to the property. I'm under contract to buy your house. The house burns down. That may make the contract voidable if either party breaches. Mutual mistake of fact. We both thought wrong. The seller thought something. They shared it with me. I said, well, I have no reason to question that. We both made a mistake. It was mutual. No intent to harm. That may make the contract voidable. Fraud is intent. The seller lied and they know darn well they lied. And the buyer relied on that information. We'll talk about duress and undue influence in just a second. These are just examples of who that one party is that may be able to make the contract voidable. So again, the contract is valid. In other words, there's nothing wrong with the document. The contract itself is good to go. But one party stands up and says, I shouldn't be expected to carry through with the terms of the contract. The judge reviews the case, looks at the evidence, talks to the people, whatever they need to do. And if they agree, the judge may make the contract voidable. So what if a valid contract is not legally enforceable? What if a valid contract is missing one of those essential elements? If it's not valid, then the judge may say that the contract is void. A void contract does not stand up in a court of law. A void contract is missing one or more of the essential elements. Some examples of a void contract: entering into a contract for an illegal purpose. You cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. Doesn't that make sense? So if the judge rules that we're in this contract for an illegal purpose, in real estate, it might be an act of discrimination was discovered. The judge may make that contract void. If somebody's been adjudicated incompetent, again, I'm going to show you a difference in just a second, because we just talked about mentally incompetent in fact, and now we're saying adjudicated incompetent. Play on words. Do we see the word judge embedded in that adjudicated? So somebody that's been adjudicated incompetent has been declared incompetent by a court of law. These are just examples of what may make the contract void. And again, to see the difference, somebody that's been declared mentally incompetent in fact, in other words, the medical profession has come in and said, you don't have the mental capacity. If that individual enters into a contract and we take it to a judge, the judge may make that contract voidable. They may not make that one party perform. Compare that to somebody that's been declared mentally incompetent by a court of law, adjudicated incompetent. That's going to affect the validity of the contract, and it'll be void. Questions so far? They're contract terms. Contracts could be executed. Contracts could be executory. An executed contract is one that all the terms have been fully performed. Everything that the parties have agreed to is done. In real estate, my executed contract is when it closes, is when the deed changes hands. That's when it's done. That's when the seller has sold and the buyer has bought. An executory contract is one that is still in motion. We're under contract, but both parties still have things to do. In real estate, our entire contract to closing process is an executory contract. It's in motion. There are terms to do, there are things to do. Both parties still have things to do before it's executed. In Unit 11, we're going to touch on the contract to closing process a little bit in Unit 8, but in Unit 11, we're going to go to closing. So we'll see that, we'll go through that process and know that we're in an executory contract. It's still in motion. We know that oftentimes there are words that have two different meanings. And in this case, that word executed has two different meanings. So using our context clues to determine which meaning, the word executed could be used to say that the contract has closed. The contract has been fully performed. We've done everything we promised to do. The other meaning for executed is when the contract is signed. So if you and I, as the agents, put our buyers and sellers under contract today, we may say things like, here is our executed contract. What I'm telling you is that our contract has been signed. Move forward to when it closes. It has been fully performed. And now the contract is executed. Again, two different meanings, same word. Questions? So the one thing in basic contract law that we haven't defined yet is what the heck is a contract? And a contract is just a legally binding agreement between two competent parties. And the legally binding agreement between them is to perform some legal action. Any legally binding contract has to have some form of consideration. There are no free promises out there. Now, let's be honest, you guys. This is probably a problem topic. Let's be honest. When we think of consideration, what do we think of first and always? Money, 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 money. And while we're close, please understand consideration is just anything of value. Does money have value? Yep. What about a free weekend at my beach condo? Is there value in that? I didn't give you any money, but I still gave you something of value. So when we see that word consideration, it's not just cash. It could be any form, anything of consideration in exchange for the basis of the contract. So the definition of a contract, legally binding agreement between two parties to perform some legal act for consideration. Any good contract is going to spell out what happens if the parties don't perform. What happens if the parties are in breach? So we have this contract and something happens. I don't know what, but something happens and the validity of the contract is questioned. Is this thing even a valid contract to begin with? In real estate, as long as you're using the pre-printed forms that you've been provided, you're fine. You don't have to worry about it. We'll talk about what other forms you might use. We'll get into that next week. But we have this contract. There's a question of whether or not it's valid or not. We hire some attorneys. We get to the bottom of this. But ultimately, if we're trying to figure out the validity, we take the contract to the judge, and the judge is going to look for the essential elements of a contract to determine the validity. When we talk about essential elements of any document, think about required cake ingredients. There are certain ingredients that you need to bake a cake. And if you try to bake a cake without flour, for example, you can't call it cake. You don't have cake. If you try to use a contract that doesn't have all the essential elements, then we don't have a valid contract. So what is it that the judge is looking for to determine the validity of the contract? First up, they're looking for mutual assent, also known as offer and acceptance, also known as meeting of the minds. The parties have to agree to enter into the contract together. An offer is made, it's considered. Maybe we have a couple counter offers, maybe we do some negotiations, but ultimately it's eventually accepted by all parties. That mutual assent shows the judge that the parties came together and agreed to enter into the contract. In real estate, you and I are often speaking on behalf of our buyers and sellers. We're not letting buyers and sellers negotiate. The agents are talking on their behalf. And so another good reason to document everything is if the validity of the contract comes up, you need to show your email, show your text, show your correspondence with the other side about how the parties mutually agreed to enter into this contract. We're going to spend some time on this. We're going to walk through the steps. There is this magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. And we need to understand that magic moment in time. So we're going to spend more time on mutual assent. Back to our essential elements. The judge is looking for mutual assent. The judge is looking for some form of consideration. If you don't have consideration, agreed upon consideration, then we don't have a valid contract. Something of value must be exchanged for the act or the promise. The seller promises to sell in exchange for the buyer paying the purchase price. The purchase price in that case would be the consideration in exchange for the seller's act of selling. Another thing in essential elements that the judge is looking for is capacity of the parties. Do we have legally competent parties? Is everybody of age? If not, again, y'all, the judge isn't there when the parties are signing the contract. Can't stop a minor from entering into a contract. But if the judge later determines that we don't have the capacity, we working with that minor, that person that was intoxicated, then they may rule the contract voidable. And then the fourth essential element, the fourth thing that the judge is looking for is that the contract was made for a legal purpose. You cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. So if my drug dealer shorted me on my stash this week, just seeing who's paying attention. I don't have a drug dealer, but if they did, that I can't take that to the judge because that's not for a legal purpose. So you have to have a legal objective. Again, in real estate, when you get into discriminatory practices, that's going to could affect the legality of the contract. So what is the judge looking for? They're looking for the essential elements. If they can identify all four of these, the judge may rule the contract is valid. If there's a question with the capacity of the parties, then that valid contract may become voidable. Everybody show me how many parties can make it voidable. Just one and only one. So you, the adult, enter into a contract with a minor. What I'm telling you is you don't have an out, but the minor might. The judge is going to look at the minor and say, you're 17, you can't buy a house. The judge is going to look at you, at the adult, and say, you're an adult. Why did you enter into a contract with a minor? Brokers, it's another good reason to see driver's licenses. I want full legal names anyway, but isn't that also good? People are looking awfully young these days. So making sure that we can identify the age so you don't get yourself in this situation. Essential elements, required cake ingredients that the judge is looking for the validity of the contract. Questions? Let's talk about this mutual assent, also known as voluntary consent, reality consent. We're going to get into, again, that magic moment of time, that meeting of the minds. But there are some other things that could come up that could affect or question the mutual assent. If it's discovered after contract formation that somebody entered into the contract under duress, then the judge may determine that the contract is voidable. Somebody that enters the contract under duress they felt threatened. They feared their personal safety if they did not enter into this contract. Maybe they were threatening the individual's family, and they felt to best protect their and their family's safety is just to sign the contract. If they can later prove that they were threatened or forced by violence into the contract, the judge may make it voidable. One party has the right, the one that felt threatened, has the right to stand up. And again, you guys, there's proof, there's evidence. It's not as simple as what I'm making it sound out to be. Document, 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 whether you're in real estate or not. Another thing that might question the mutual assent after contract formation is undue influence. With undue influence, somebody's abusing their position. So it's often somebody with a position that has authority. Maybe they have a say-so in something, but they don't have a power of attorney. It makes me so sad to say this, but quite often where we see undue influence is when the family hires a caretaker to take care of mom, and the caretaker takes advantage of the situation and gets mom to sell them their house. The caretaker took advantage. If the family can prove undue influence, if the family can prove this, then the judge may make the contract voidable. Adult children and parents. If I were caring for my parents and I took advantage of that situation, my siblings, for example, could come after me for undue influence. If the judge finds duress, if the judge discovers undue influence after the contract is formed, then they may make it voidable. Other things that could question the mutual assent. Fraud. Fraud's bad, y'all. Fraud is a lie with intent. The seller misrepresented something, they lied about it, and they knew darn well that they lied about it. That's fraud. Now, there's a difference in fraud versus mistake of fact. And the difference is intent. Fraud's a lie, and you know darn well it's a lie, but you put it out there anyway. Mistake of fact, there's no intent. We both thought this was true. And oh my gosh, are you kidding me? It's not. We're both shocked. That's a mistake of fact. And again, with the right evidence supporting documentation, the judge may declare either one of these as voidable. Let's say, for example, you are a seller. You're a homeowner, not an owner. Let's say you inherited 10 acres of land. That long lost aunt that you met once when you were 3, that long lost aunt left you her 10 acres of land and you inherited it. The attorney called you one day and said, Aunt so-and-so passed away, here's your land. And you just took it. You didn't investigate it. You didn't have it surveyed. You thought the attorney said something about 10 acres and you didn't give it another thought. Fast forward and you decide to sell the land and you advertise 10 acres for sale. Buyer comes along, goes under contract, and has a survey done. Buyer comes back and says, lo and behold, the survey discovered that it's only 8 acres. We are both shocked. The seller thought they had 10. The buyer went under contract thinking 10. It was an honest mistake. Could the seller have done more? Of course. But they didn't ask for this. Not everybody's happy to get dumped estates, lands, that kind of thing. That's a mistake of fact. Flip that coin. You're the seller. You have 8 acres. You know daggum well that you have 8 acres. And you advertise 10. That's fraud. The difference in the two is intent. And if proven, either one could be declared voidable. Another thing we could come across is mistake of law. What's that old saying? Ignorance is no excuse when it comes to law. So if you enter into an agreement or if you do anything legally, you probably won't be able to get out of it later. Mistake of law usually doesn't excuse the action because ignorance of the law is no excuse. The thinking here is that we all have access to the law. We all have access to this information. Yes, attorneys cost money, but you made a legal mistake. You could have consulted an attorney, and mistake of law will very rarely change the terms of the contract. If this person wants to get out, their only recourse at this point would be breach and to suffer the consequences of breach as spelled out in the contract. The other essential element or another essential element is that consideration. Again, you guys, of the essential elements, consideration tends to be the problem topic. So make sure we remember the money or the weekend at the beach or the car or whatever thing of value we are exchanging. There are no such thing as free promises, no such thing as free acts. All these promises, all these acts have to be in exchange for whatever consideration we agree to. And yes, the majority of the time, consideration is money. But please don't get stuck in that. Consideration is anything of value. If you can put a price tag on it and the parties agree, then it's consideration. We talked about the legality. Essential element is the legality. So looking at the parties, the capacity of the parties. So the minors, those that are intoxicated, y'all check out Kermit. Does that not ruin your childhood? Whether or not it's voidable or void, depending on their mental capacity. Again, all these things, we're under contract. We have the contract. Now the question is, can it be voidable? Is it void? That's up for the judge to decide. If they don't determine that we have legal capacity of the parties, then they may make it voidable. Somebody's been adjudicated incompetent, that would make it void. And then that other essential element, you cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. If the judge reviews the contract, if the judge reviews the terms, and they discover illegal acts, we don't have an essential element, thus we don't have a valid contract. Questions on the essential elements? So you may have noticed or may have thought as we were going through the essential elements, I know it's hard to see what's not there. But one thing we did not see with the essential elements is that they have to be in writing. A contract to be in writing is not something that the judge is looking for. Now, we've already learned in real estate, I got a law that tells us in real estate, yeah, they got to be in writing. So it's the law that wants them in writing, not the judge. But remember, we're in basic contract law, so not specific to real estate. An express agreement says as long as the terms have been stated. Maybe those terms have been stated in writing. Maybe those terms were stated orally. The judge isn't necessarily looking for in writing as an essential element. Now, if there's conflict, if the two parties are coming in there going, well, he said this and she said that, the judge is going to say, just show me your contract. Well, we didn't do one, we just shook hands. The judge may call it unenforceable. An unenforceable agreement is one that's not in writing. It cannot be held because it's a he said, she said. Real estate. Back to real estate real quick. There's a law, a North Carolina law, that does require our contracts to be in writing. It's not the essential elements that require our contracts to be in writing. It is something called the North Carolina Statute of Frauds. So does an offer have to be in writing and signed by the parties? And the answer is it depends on what the statute of frauds says. The statute of frauds says specifically, amongst other things, real estate contracts have to be in writing to be enforceable. So if it is a real estate agreement, what you and I are going to deal with, yes, it has to be in writing, not because of the judge, because of the statute of frauds. And the whole point of the statute of frauds says that there are certain documents that have to be in writing so that they are enforceable, so that they will stand up in a court of law. So in real estate, a handshake agreement isn't going to get you far. Please don't try to buy somebody's house on a handshake, please. So the basis statute of fraud says there's just certain documents that have to be in writing in order to be enforceable. The real estate contract, yes, it has to be in writing. The sales contract, I should say, has to be in writing. Not all leases have to be in writing per the statute of frauds. With leases, you can have a valid lease for a year and have it not be in writing. Statute of frauds says any lease more than 3 years from its making has to be in writing. So our sales contracts, statute of fraud says yes, no question, put those things in writing. Lease contracts, if it's a year lease, you can have a valid handshake agreement. Usually where we see 3 years from the making, we might be looking at commercial leases. Most commercial leases start with like a 5-year, 10-year, for example. Now, let me ask you guys something. Let's be honest with each other. Is it just good advice to put all agreements in writing? If you wanted to rent my house for the weekend, wouldn't it make sense for us to put that in writing? Sure. And we probably all would. But I can't have you guys get in your own way. Statute of frauds says anything more than 3 years. You're not going to be asked if you would put a lease in writing. You're going to be asked if the statute of frauds would require you to put it in writing. So if it's under 3 years, it does not have to be in writing to be valid. More than 3 years, yes. Good sense. Put it in writing. Statute of frauds thinks differently. Questions about this? Start talking a little bit about the offer. We're just going to start on this conversation today. I think it's good to hear it. You know me, I'm all about the power of repetition. So if we start this conversation today, then we'll be able to pick up here on next week. So let me just say a few more things and then we'll talk about what next week is going to look like. So the offer is made. And when we're talking about the parties to the offer, remember, I'm not in real estate yet. I'm still in basic contract law. We'll get into buyers and sellers as parties, but we got to back up and understand who the parties are, no matter if you're in real estate or not. So I got two parties to the offer. The first party is the offeror, also known as the giver of the offer, or the creator of the offer. If you can see my OR, offeror is the one making the offer. And who they are making the offer to is the offeree, also known as the receivee, if you can see my play on words. So I got one giving the offer, I got another one receiving the offer. It's way too easy to say giver on your test. They are the offeror and the offeree. Again, we'll bring buyer and seller into this mix next week. So whenever an offer is made, the offeror makes an offer to the offeree. The offeree always has three choices on how they can respond. You've been given an offer, maybe it's to buy a house, buy your car, or whatever. You have three options to respond. Option number one is to accept the offer exactly how it is. Any change, I don't care how small and insignificant it may seem, any change to the original offer is not acceptance. So one of your options is to accept the offer, which means you agree to all of the terms exactly how they are. More on that next week, or on all this next week. Another choice you have, you've received an offer, you can accept it. Another option you have is to reject it. If you reject an offer, you've killed it. It is dead on the table. It is a flat out no. I do not accept your offer. Both parties go about their lives as if this never happened. Nobody's out anything. So you receive an offer. You can accept it. You can reject it. By the way, once a rejected offer has been rejected, it's dead on the table. There's no going back. There's no reviving it. It's been killed. So the offeree can accept it, they can reject it, or their third option is to counter it. A counter offer is a rejection with a but. It's important you just heard me say that. A counter offer is a rejection with a but. The offeree is saying, I've received your offer. I'm good with some of the terms, but I'm not good with all of the terms. We are now in negotiations. I offer to buy your house at $250. You say, no, how about $275? You've countered my offer. We're now in negotiations. We are countering back and forth. We will walk through scenarios. There's a lot of fun things that happen when an offer is countered. But right now, let's just see that the offeree, you receive an offer. There's three things you can do. You can accept it, you can reject it, or you can counter it. Questions? All right, so let's chat for a second. First off, as a reminder, my last chance, y'all got a midterm to do by next Monday night. Please make sure you do it. Make sure you attempt it. We're not looking for pass or fail. We just want to make sure you attempt it. Next week, we're going to finish Unit 8. We'll look at our contract. You have the highlighted contract in your Google Drive if you want to go ahead and take a peek at that. Either way, I encourage you to look ahead at Unit 8. Remember, I'm skipping a couple units for now. I'm going to tack on the couple things we need to know at the end. So we're going to skip 9 for now. We're going to skip 12 for now, and we're going to skip 14. Again, we're not going to worry about those units. We'll cover what we need to. So next week, we'll do Unit 8. We're going to blow through Unit 10 pretty quickly. That's our attorney's unit, understanding deeds and their process. And then next week, we'll also get started in Unit 11. Unit 11, we get to go to closing. So we'll go through the contract to closing process. And also in Unit 11, we're going to eventually figure out how much does your buyer have to bring to closing? And we're going to figure out how much does your seller gonna get. So we pick the calculator up again in Unit 11. So 8, 10, and 11 next week if you're looking ahead. Most of you have a midterm. What questions for me? What questions do we have? That's what I got. Y'all have a good weekend. 2 weeks, guys. We only got 2 more weeks. So don't forget, as you're studying, we're starting in cram mode yet. As we're studying, don't forget to have some fun too. That could be a long 2 weeks if you don't set the book down, if you don't set any time aside for yourself. So we'll do it again next week. Hang on, I got a couple things in the chat here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. How do I answer questions out of here? Email or phone? You can either text me or email me, whichever's easiest for you. So shoot me a text, shoot me an email. If you need my information here, let me throw it in the chat again. Hang on just a second. So here is my phone number. Make sure I put that in right. Okay. And then my email is really long, so give me a second. My email address, it might just be better to think about who I am to you. Who am I to you? I am Julie, the real estate instructor at gmail.com. So feel free to reach out to me. I do well with screenshots. Let me see where you're stuck. I can help you get unstuck. I'd love to hear from you guys this weekend. Let me know how I can help. Fair enough? Y'all have a good weekend. Go get some sunshine. We'll see you on Tuesday. Jarosky. No, the midterm is just a one and done. Learn, test, pass, you can take over and over and over again. So the quizzes and learn, test, pass, but the midterm is just a one and done. Did you get your report? Gave you the breakdown? Yep, that lets you know where to study.